charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edge and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That's ball. Catch. Throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk. This holiday at Dynamos Cricket.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lord's final day of this county championship match in Division 2, live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Dapperbet. Myself, Kevin Hand, delighted to say back from Easter egg chasing yesterday is... Sorry, I couldn't resist it, Macca. Andrew McKenna is alongside me. Well, first bit of news this morning that everybody wants to know is the overheads. Middlesex in a very good position, 85 runs behind still Glamorgan, 186 for 5. It's mostly about the overheads, but of course Glamorgan will be shutting that out of their mind and saying, look, we've got about a couple of sessions here at least and see where the game goes.
So for anyone who is just joining us, there was a bit of rain earlier this morning, sort of 7 o'clock-ish, but it's Nothing has fallen in the last few hours. I had a wander out there about half an hour ago, and the outfield, as you would imagine, there's some dampness on it. But that pitch has been cut this morning, and they absolutely, you can see from that, everything is ready to go. But we're expecting, the forecast says potentially some more rain at about 2 o'clock-ish. So there's a bit of a race before lunch. There then might be a window coming back at about 5 o'clock. But then, of course, it depends how much rain has fallen. So, do you want to take that gamble or not? Well, we'll find out. But look, you just got to play proper cricket. You can't get obsessed with potential time lost or not. Play cricket, take your wickets if you're Middlesex, and see where it takes you.
I'm not completely ignoring your sorries. I'm looking in completely the other direction. I'm listening to what you're saying. Over in the distance at the moment, there is a fair old bit of rain falling in the north, but it should drift by. I've been watching that for a while, and it's come back in slightly, another band of it, but that should drift away to the north. Anyway, we'll take you through all more of that and paint the picture here at Lord's in a few moments. First of all, though, let's catch up on what was another very good day for Middlesex, the day 3 highlights. Oh, that's a run away down to deep third. First ball of the third day. And it will start with a boundary for Gettis, who's on to 55. And edged and out of reach. That fly slip in place. That's a lovely shot. It's a rare shot down the ground in this innings. Gettis gets that one away. That's punched nice. Goodness me, that races. That's got to be up there with one of the shots of the game.
The end of this over. I'll have to leave you, Kevin, for my radio duties, but
oh, what a ball that is!
Beauty.
Goodness me! Kellaway turns it past the edge of Deploy's bat and takes the outside of the top of off stump. Well, that's a lovely way to find your first boundary. We saw that punch shot off the back foot from Gettis earlier. Davies finds his first boundary through point. Down the track comes Davies. Well, 2 boundaries in the over. Oh, that's lifted straight to mid-wicket. And Gettis will not get his first century for Middlesex. That's a glorious follow-up from Roland Jones. Could be his first boundary, and it is. Pops over the rope. Use of the feet, and a big blow down the ground from Roland Jones. Dumps into the hover cover, that one. That is a lovely stroke. Beautiful timing. Now, look at that go from Roland Jones. Long arms, levered down onto that one. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Roland Jones is seeing it big. 4 more. Clipped away. Oh, goodness me, that's launched back over the bowler's head. Edged. Oh, great catch. Cook takes it cleanly. That's a wonderful, wonderful grab. And he knows it. Oh dear. Well, he's gone. Stumped. It could have been anything. I think Zaffer gave up the ghost. Did he think he was bowled? Did he just give up the ghost that he was going to get back in time? Middlesex left arm spinner will be very infused by the turnout there. Lovely use of the feet, a sweet connection down the ground for 6. Fernando there at long off. Oh, got the toes out of the way of that one. Single to end the over, 470 for 9. Usually off the mark in the second innings, off the mark with a boundary as well. So certainly no seam movement. Is there any movement on that? Either way, Hassan was in a good position over the top of it, angle bat. Ooh, with the slope, straightens up, but started wide enough for a comfortable leave and well played. And runs to begin, just a single long leg in position. Well, he was stretching a long way for that. Nicely played. Angle bat, patient, over the top of it. Lovely shot. Down the ground, that'll be 4. Desperate dive from Zafar, trying to get something on it. Punched through the covers. Ooh, nutmeg. If that wasn't a nutmeg, maybe it went finer than. Nice timing. He might just reach 20. Yes, he will. Oh, whipped away. It's a lovely shot by Byram. Lovely shots. He's level with Hassan on 28. 58 without loss now, this opening stand. And over the face for Higgins. Hooked around the corner. Just over pitched from Brooks. Beautifully timed from Byron. Big little straighter and tucked away. Short boundary. Swept and gone. There's the wicket. Well, there was just something happening for him at the pavilion end, and whether that... Oh, he's got him. A little feather through, and 2 openers fall in consecutive overs. Byram's gone for 43. A wicket maiden for Higgins. Oh, edged away. Angle bat, all along the floor. Takes the vacant deep third. And the last ball before tea comes jabbing back up the slope. They're asking for the inside edge onto the pad. Nothing doing, Carlson. But lots to do for Carlson and North East, who chips that somewhat. Oh, that's got to be gone, hasn't it? It has. North East's. Oh, well. My hesitation was because it looked so plumb to the naked eye. That's a lovely shot. Alleviate a little bit of pressure. Carlson punching again off the back foot. Edged away down to the vacant deep third. 4 more. Scattering the pigeons. Ingram. Squirting off an edge again. Carlson may well be into the 30s. He is. Edged! Oh! Through the keeper and slip. Oh, well, goodness me. That is something else from Roland Jones. And didn't he enjoy that? It's 2-2, and Roland Jones blasts away through for Middlesex. Kellaway a 50 in the first dig. He's out for a first baller in the second. And Lovely clip. Carlson's on 36. Ooh. Punchy. Rasping drive from Carlson. He's into the 40s. Leg side again. And the rasping drive. Cook. It's nice. Just a single leg. As Fernandez rolls. Ingram was caught. Stuart Pointer. Bold Roland Jones for 13. Oh, it's crunched hard. 4 overs to go today. Glamorgan 86 for 5. So bad light bringing an early close yesterday evening. There was, though, quite a bright start to the day. Ben Gettis with a 50. Spoke to Stephen Fletcher last night.
Ben Gettis, thanks for joining us at the end of day 3 here at Lords against Glamorgan. Ben, first and foremost, your third half century in 3 games, very well batted.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was nice to spend some time in the middle and get the team in a good position with a good lead, and yeah, 5 down, hopefully get the next 5 tomorrow.
Absolutely. You brought the half century up yesterday, of course, but this morning you went out there with some real intent and purpose this morning and raced into the 80s, your highest score for Middlesex. You must be delighted with the form you're showing earlier this year.
Yeah, very pleased. Obviously it's nice to get 350s and yeah, sort of show everyone what I can do. Obviously it would be nice to have gone to 3 figures a couple of times out of the 3, but I think the team now in a great position, and yeah, this morning my plan was just to put some pressure on the bowlers, see obviously with a 150 lead, if we can just hammer that down, get it up to 270, which is what we did, so yeah, very pleased.
Absolutely. We're very much in the box seat here, and I guess a large part of that comes down to another terrific display with the ball, certainly in the first innings, and again this afternoon. We look to be firing on all cylinders there.
Yeah, and I think credit to the bowlers, they stuck in there really well, obviously. Beat the bat a lot, a few LBW shouts get turned down, and it's easy to feel like we're not on top, but I think the bowling group stay very patient. They know that rewards can come later down the line in a flurry, and that's what happened there, and obviously very pleasing, yeah.
What do you make of Dane, who's come in for his first performance today? Obviously we've been on the end of him at Nottinghamshire a few times ourselves. He looks to be the real deal, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's brilliant. He's brilliant. He's almost gains pace off the wicket, which is special to see, and yeah, he's obviously great to have in the side.
As for yourself, Ben, you're the new boy on the block. You found yourself under the lid a few times. You look pretty comfortable there, though. You've took another good grab today, and not the first one this season. You look comfortable under that lid.
Yeah, I enjoy it actually. A lot of guys don't like it, but I think with Zaf bowling, it's a lot of fun. He's always sort of challenging both edges, and he doesn't drag too many down. So I don't feel too much in the firing line, which is good. Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun being in there to Zaf.
Absolutely. Well, Ben, we've got them 5 down overnight. I think they're about 85 in arrears still. Bit of rain around tomorrow. Does that change the way we go about things in the morning? Do we be more attacking, or do we just take it as it comes?
I don't think so. I think we'll stick to our processes. The bowlers have been brilliant, and yeah, we're one wicket away from one of the bowlers coming out, so that's sort of something that we'll keep in the back of our minds. And yeah, I think the bowlers will just stick with what they're doing, keep the pressure up for as long as possible.
Sounds like a plan. All good, Ben. Well, look, thanks for joining us. Very good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Cheers.
Ben Geddes there speaking to Stephen Fletcher overnight. Overnight, some sad news as well, reaching us here at Lords, and everyone at Glamorgan, most especially. You can see the black armband on there for Toby Roland Jones. Jeff Evans, sadly, passing away at the age of 70. A very, very popular man in the world of cricket and a fine, fine umpire. And best wishes to his family. Toby Roland Jones wearing that black armband, starting the day's play here. Yes, a very, very popular. Yeah, very popular man within the game, Jeff, from Llanelli, and very best wishes to his family and deepest condolences, thoughts and prayers with them. To all the players, all the umpires wearing those black armbands today, and nice word as well from the PA here at Lords just before the players made their way out with a picture of Jeff on the big screen. So a big day ahead for Glamorgan here. It's all eyes on the skies, as we've been saying in this game. If you look over the top of the right side of the screen there, some of those flats are shrouded in a bit of rain, particularly away into the distance. Maybe a bit hazy, foggy. Oh, that's a beaut from Roland Jones. Beats Carlson. 96 overs remain of the match. Middlesex need 5 wickets. Glamorgan need to bat for at least 2 sessions. And then who knows, there might be a dart to be had tonight from Middlesex. That's relying on there being a full day. It'd be surprising if we got a full day's play today, with the threat of at least 1 shower this afternoon. Whether it will hit us mid-afternoon or early, indeed late evening, that's another of the forecasts. Middlesex will be keen to take the weather out of the equation and get this done this morning. Carlson batting really well for his 54 yesterday. Cook 16. And Glamorgan trailing by 85. His partnership's worth 38 for the 6th wicket. Need an awful lot more. They had reached nearly 100 for the first wicket. Ul Hassan and Byram, 44 and 43 respectively. Number 4 still there, Kieran Carlson. Sees out the first over of the day from Toby Roland Jones. Expecting Dane Patterson, and it is Patterson. Takes off his sweater. So Carlson, he was dropped early at second slip. Cook with him on the left now. Big job for them to do. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Lords in association with Daffabelt. I'm Kevin Hand alongside me. Andrew McKenna bringing you the final day of this one.
If Middlesex can, of course, squeak this one out, then it'll be a good chunk of points. And the way that some of the other games are looking, with potential delays, there may not be that many games that finish with positive outcomes one way or the other. So therefore, if teams are only picking up a few points for a draw and Middlesex can get a win out of this one, would obviously be a real big boost in the early stages of this county championship season.
Little wobble and an inside edge. Did you get an Easter egg yesterday?
I didn't.
Oh. I think there might be one left next door. Cream eggs, I think there were. Nice shot. Holding a cover.
Yeah, just looking at Division 2 at the moment, Kevin. There's only play at 2 of the 4 games. At Derby and at Old Trafford, delayed starts due to the weather, so make the most of the fact that you can be out there if you are Middlesex at the moment.
Let's hope they get it out of the system at Derby today. That's where Middlesex head to on Friday. I'll head there on Thursday, indeed. The game that starts on Friday.
I mean, that potentially could get a result. Derbyshire are 3 down in their second innings, leading by 9. So if they were to go down in a heap and Northampton therefore knock them up, you might get a positive result out of that, but you wouldn't be putting much hope on it.
Interesting to see what Middlesex get out of the pitch today's ball. 63rd over, so second new ball, 17 overs away. Patterson starting up from the nursery end, Roland Jones from the pavilion. I don't think any great surprise there, but it might not be the longest of spells for either or indeed both. So have a go Harwood. Come to the fore, he'd think, with two right-handers. Older ball. That's Kellaway's fourfer as well. So we'll be keen to cash in. It's Roland Jones that's got 5 wickets in the match though so far. He's taken off his sweaters to continue. Patterson with 1 for 39 in this innings from 15, and Glamorgan 186 for 5.
Yeah, and that over completed takes Dane Patterson to 15 overs bowled. Zafar bowled 16 so far, has been the leading bowler in terms of overs so far. Well, there's no breeze for the bowlers to worry about at the moment.
You're not sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing in terms of the rain. If it comes in, it's like, where's the wind? Get rid of it. Edged. Oh, now. Carlson edged to second slip yesterday. Yep, same again. Twice in the innings now for Carlson, a lifeline. Can he make the most of it? Kicking at the dirt to Ploy at second slip. Very, very similar. Drop as well, low down in front. From the other end, indeed, Sir Roland Jones was bowling from the nursery yesterday evening when he picked up a couple of wickets. 2 in 2 balls, he was on a hat-trick. Oh, he's got him this time, has he? Yes, he has. Finger goes up. Carlson's not sure. Carlson's not sure, but he's given Roland Jones 3 for 50. And having had Carlson dropped earlier in the over, and Lewis de Blois with a shake of the head and an apology for the captain. Oh, well, he didn't like it. Carlson. Roland Jones did. Most importantly, the umpire did. Middlesex have the breakthrough on the 4th morning. Carlson immediately shook his head, doesn't he? Was it bat on pad? Maybe made a noise. Either way, the scorebook says one thing. That man has another wicket. He has a 3rd of this innings, a 6th of the match, and Glamorgan are 186 for 6.
And more importantly, it's the early one in the morning, isn't it? Just gets you on a little bit of a roll. There will be that thing in the back of your mind about time. You can see that Carlson's not overly happy with the decision, but you've got to make the walk back. So it's 4 more from Middlesex perspective.
Can laugh now. You know you dropped him twice now, Dipper. So, Carlson, 54 to his name. And over to Van Gouten to try to take this game as far as they can, Glamorgan, but that is a massive wicket. The Glamorgan number 4 dropped twice in the innings, once already in this over. So 186 for 6 is the score. 3rd ball of the over, the wicket falls. So how far can Van der Gouten take it for Glamorgan? It's a tough, tough job. No lip reading, Macca. First ball for Van der Houten, then he's taking guard. Right-hander, 3 slips behind him. It looks as though they might go for a 4th. 3 in a gully. Quite tight in there as well. They're going to drop them rather than shell them. Let's try saying that again. They're going to drop them rather than the ball drop short. Quite advanced in there. It's a note that we've had that it's not the quickest of pitches, early season of course. There are a number of catches that dropped short in the Glamorgan innings. The Middlesex innings, that is, for Glamorgan. But it looks as though Middlesex have made quite the step forward, and are very there you can see, look at 3rd slip. Oh, it's a lovely ball up the slope from Roland Jones. Wow. Very full as well to have gone that late. Just a little bit through the air, wasn't it? Just before pitching.
Well, the skipper is loose and into his work really well here, isn't he?
And he's got a wicket maiden. 186 for 6. Here's White. Carlson with a very quick shake of the head. Just watch the inside edge onto the pad. It may be that that's what offered the noise. I think on the front on, give us more of an idea. Just watch the bottom inside edge of the pad. Does that just click there? Offers the noise. Carlson saying there was no bat. It was just bat and pads. No bat and ball. Roland Jones went straight through. 186 for 6. Dane Patterson had a very good start in this match, very good impression from the nursery end in the first innings. 1 for 39 in the second. It feels like it's got a little gloomy, a little murkier all of a sudden. And it's going to be cloud cover all day. I don't think we'll see a slither of blue at any point. You see all those flats in the distance over the back of the pavilion, over the back of the Warner on the right side there. Something of a barometer for us. At the moment, the ones immediately behind the pavilion. To the naked eye, don't look too bad. It's just a bit gloomy. No ball. Certainly there's a few in the north that were starting to disappear from sight under a shroud of rain, but all looking okay and looking set at the moment. But light-wise, it does. I think we've just got a particularly heavy cloud as rolls in front of the sun.
And as you mentioned, no real breeze at the moment to actually blow it on through. We're looking at all 3 flags. Not one of them is remotely close to fluttering.
Oh, middle stump out of the ground. That's beautiful. Roland Jones. Accustomed as he is to taking middle stump out of the ground here at Lord's.
Look what the bail is, halfway down the pitch.
Oh, clipped off a very straight line down to long leg.
Well, this is where Middlesex hope that their two big name bowlers can do them a job. Obviously the captain at one end and overseas pro at the other. Get it wrapped up as fast as possible, please, boys. That would have been the conversations this morning, wouldn't it?
Strange light here at the moment at Lord's. Every time I look up, I kind of squint to see, is that actually rain? It's like there's a light mist of rain, but I think it is just a misty morning. A misty Easter Monday morning in London, in W8. Over 190 for 6. The no ball, a couple of singles off that over. As I left home this morning, it just started to rain about 8 o'clock. Pulled in here at about 8:45, 8:30, and oh my, I tell you what, Macca, it's something else when it's bank holiday, isn't it? Half an hour in, it's usually, it could be 2 hours usually. Pulled in just gone 8:30 this morning, and it was just raining still here at Lord's. I think at about 9 o'clock. Is that what you said at the start of the broadcast?
Yeah.
About 2 hours before the start, it stops raining. Ray, the official photographer for Middlesex, will be huddled out there somewhere. Said he drove in from the east, I drove in from the west. We both said we drove in rain and arrived here. And when we got here just a little bit after me, it's stopped by them. But yeah, Lord's has been lucky this morning, a light shower and nothing more. Might be a murky afternoon to come though. Middlesex will be hoping it's a murky morning for Glamorgan in the wickets column.
Well, when you think about how many overs have been lost, this is the third game of the season. Bearing in mind we started the first week of April, it's remarkable how few overs have been lost. You know, there was some on the second evening where we were past the scheduled close of play and we were about 3 overs short on the day. But realistically, you would expect to have lost maybe a couple of days out of the 3 games so far when you add it all up, and we haven't.
You wouldn't believe it, Macca. Last night, on-time finish at Lord's, 6 o'clock. There was a danger of getting more overs in than the 96 of the day. Tea was at 3:40. Back out at 4 o'clock. And we were on time for a 6 PM finish, but 4 overs were lost. It's a bad light yesterday evening, but extraordinary scenes at Lord's.
See, it just goes to prove you can do it. We're not asking players to do the unthinkable. No.
I've said it many times. They want to cut the amount of cricket that is played. We regularly play an hour more every single day, at least an hour more, sometimes more than an hour every single day. If it's a 6-hour day of play, starting 11, finishing at 6 with an hour in total of breaks, you're turning a 6-hour into a 7-hour day, at least a 7-hour day, pretty much every day. It's a substantial amount of cricket you're adding to your own workload. International games, battling hard with it, be it fines, points, runs, captain banned for the next game. They've tried everything, haven't they?
Other than telling the umpires to get them to get on with it.
What would be your hunch? The one that said to me the only way that you will seriously affect the over rate is if you take runs off them. For whatever they are slow in the over rate, times each over by whatever number, and to take that off their total, that will change things.
Yeah, banning captain. It's fine in theory, but realistically people don't care. Taking points off of the World Test Championship, standing in terms of test matches.
It's not going to cut it.
I think a lot of teams still haven't really properly bought into the World Test Championship yet, so they're not that fussed about that. You're right. It's winning games or not winning games, isn't it? So actually, points, run deductions, run penalties is the only way. But I will go back to the standing umpires, particularly in test matches. These are top level umpires. They've got a lot of respect in the game. Tell the players to get on with it. Now, one of the ways you can do that is by saying, as we have today, you know, lunch is fixed, but tea is a movable feast, quite literally in this case at Lord's. But you stay out there till you've hit so many overs, so you're not ending up with a ridiculously long last session where the light might not be possible. Say to them, at lunch, we must have had a minimum of 28 overs in the first 2 hours. Have a then same for tea. Because that way you then shorten the interval and say, well, you know, you're not getting as much rest, well, it's your own fault. Shorten it up. But of course the other problem that test matches have is DRS reviews. They take 3 minutes or so. Well, that's an over, isn't it? Each time you have a review, what really annoys me is the utterly frivolous reviews that, oh, we've got 2 left, we might as well have a look, we're 8 wickets down. Well, why? If it's not out, you're telling the umpire he's made a mistake. Now, I always think there should be a comeback, that if you go up for a DRS, you're telling the umpire he's got it wrong. There should be a comeback if the technology proves the umpire was right and you were wrong. So, for instance, ice hockey in North America, the NHL, they have a system where the coach can challenge the official's decision on the ice. But if they get it wrong, they pick up a penalty and they're short-handed for the next 2 minutes.
That's a beaut. That goes past the right-hander, leaving him with the slope.
So I would go down to 1 review, not 3, because if you've only got 1, you wouldn't take any of these flyers, you wouldn't take a gamble, you'd only use it when you knew it was definitely out. And 10 runs if you're wrong with the DRS review.
So the review takes 3 minutes. At the moment, that wouldn't affect the over rate in terms of the clock would stop as such, wouldn't it? So you're not behind on the over rate because of those 3 minutes, but what is it, 3 per innings?
And you keep umpires' call reviews. So honestly, you're ending up with about 8 or 9 an innings at times, which is just crazy. It was brought in, do you remember that summer? We had a load of inside edges. Inside edges onto pads. It should be for howlers, and a howler should be a really quick review.
Lovely ball again. That time the ball holds its line. No movement, but the doubt's in the batter's mind. Oh, no, weren't you saying that off the surface? It might have just straightened on him slightly. Yes, it did. Oh, Lovely ball. 195 for 6.
So anyway, come the revolution, that's what I'd do.
Or if you review and it takes 3 minutes, if your review's wrong, then that does go against your over rate, which results in penalty runs then if your over rate's slow. +1 at the moment, Middlesex. Timed. Back and across this one, Cook. Width. So he's going to punch it, but quite in position for it either, was he? Just kept a fraction low, perhaps. Saw a couple of the ground staff again this morning. Saw Carl McDermott, the head groundsman, yesterday. So you've got to be happy with that for the first 2 pitches of the season, first couple of weeks of April, turn these out. And the answer was the same from both. You know, the dry March, giving them a chance to get out there and actually get the pitches prepared properly. That's what's the rewards that are being reaped. If they had as much preparation time as they've had for this season, all the time on all the pitches, then this is what you'd get all the time. That, I think, is probably often forgotten, isn't it, when we talk about the April 5th starts nowadays, how the seasons usually didn't start till about the 27th of April was the earliest. But now April 5th starts, it's gradually got earlier in the season, then they play later in the season now as well. But not only that for the players and the overheads, but it's that month before, really, isn't it? Whereas the ground staff up to April 27th would have usually had, between March and April, you'd think you'd have enough of a dry patch there to get the game, the pitches prepared, the square prepared. But nowadays, an April 5th start between, well, end of February and the start of April, you've got that month of March where you're thinking, come on, be dry, just let us get out there. And that's what they've been able to do. Had some good weather leading up to the start of the season, some belting weather to start as well, but the dryness beforehand has allowed them to show off what they can do out in the middle. It's been 2 amazing tracks. The ground staff saying to me this morning, can't remember such a good pre-season that they've had here at Lord's. Back foot again from Cook. It is difficult to get forwards for Roland Jones. Oh, no. That one does pick up some bounce on the back foot. Punching his Cook. No contact made and a smile from Roland Jones. Glamorgan 195 for 6.
Well, as we're talking about the pitch, would you like a little look at it as of this morning? So this was shortly after the mower had gone up and down on it, taking just a little bit of a haircut for the pitch, down to 5.5 millimetres was where the mower was set. But as you can see, it's still pretty decent nick, all things considered, isn't it? That's the follow-through marks. But yeah, all things considered, very fine 22 yards.
I think we've worn worse over the 4 days, Macca. That'll be the cake and biscuits. That'll be a couple of runs for Van der Houten. He moves to 6. Slip and a slide from Zafar Gohar. He won't be far from the attack. Sunglasses on. Light enhancing, I'm sure. It's brightened up a bit here at Lord's. one-hander from Patterson. Yeah, it's brightened up overhead, but I tell you what, in the distance it's got grim again. There's a flat, or there's two flats behind that floodlight far right of your screen that you just can't see, but we can, and they're disappearing rapidly with some rain over there in the north. But that is going to drift past us, and to the left and immediately behind the pavilion it's looking a little brighter. Speaking of looking bright, morning Ray, our own ray of sunshine. That was Ray who was saying he drove him through rain all the way from leaving home in the east. Driving into Lords, I drove in and rain through the west, and we arrive here and it's pretty bright overhead after a slight sprinkling at about 8:30. Oh, that gets through. Nice shot. Tumbling stop from Brooks, or attempt at one. He got fingertips to it, which will prevent any hope of the boundary. So sprinkling the rain this morning. We were looking down, or you'd spot it, Macca, the hover cover down below us. They were shoveling off water off the top of the hover cover of just one of the little gullies where it gathers. There it is down below the media centre. So there must have been a little bit more than a sprinkling at 8:30 this morning.
Yeah, it was almost like a snow shovel, and they were probably had 10 or 11 goes with it, so it gives you an idea of how much water was congregated on that cover.
By all accounts, when this shower does hit, be it 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, whichever forecast you look at today, when it does come, it's going to be a fair old burst. It's in the distance at the moment. Yeah, there's certainly been a few showers that have shifted through to the north. Let's hope they keep going that way.
Well, I've just spotted there's a crane away to the left-hand side past the light pylon at the far end. That's going to be my barometer point. If I can see that crane sticking up way in the distance, then we're all right, and I can see it at the moment because that's where it's coming from.
The inside tickle. Must have been an inside edge on that, mustn't there? Maybe going up the hill. But no, he's in a position where, yeah, bat, pad, ball all together. 199 for 6.
.200 up for Glamorgan as we start the 70th over. Coming to 11:35, so the first half an hour of the day done. 1 wicket down. Roland Jones, you can see, just really working on that ball to get it nice and dry. There will just be that little bit of moisture on the top of the grass.
That hander's got to be wary of Roland Jones nipping it back down the slope, and as that pitch is there, that could easily clatter into the off stump, but shaping away. Off the surface, I reckon, as well, that one. I've seen a lot of swing late, but More the seam, that. So yeah, some brighter skies to the left, as you can see. It's a little darker to the right. So as Michael was saying, that's where it's coming in from. But would have put a few off today, I reckon. It's the quietest of the days so far, but understandable. Final day of the game. Middlesex will hope this happens in a flash, and I guess a few spectators feared that it might, making the journey in for something that might be over quickly. Glamorgan will hope it's a long and agonising day for Middlesex. If they were to get, let's take the weather out of it fully, we talked about it a fair bit, if they were to reach tee, then you may be somewhere around 120 ahead. Scoring rate's going to be down because they've got to err on the side of caution. Second new ball to get through. The wicket of Carlson's affected things massively. If they were still 5 down now, trailing by 71, they'd perhaps even harbour hopes, can these two knock it off and get it to parity? These two might. Imagine single fine of mid-on into the 70th. 201 for 6, but point being, if Carlson, the number 4, is still there with Cook 70 overs old the ball, and they might be thinking, yeah, okay, we'll have it close to parity around the 80 over mark. They get the second new ball. Glamorgan try to dig in once again and take it from there with their number 4 and their number 7. You never know, they get it to tee, 120 ahead, and then Middlesex maybe are trying to have a dash at it, but yeah, they've just got to think time here, haven't they? They've got to think morning session, first hour, then second new ball, then lunch.
35 minutes work for Patterson. Higgins replaces him from the nursery end.
That's a very straight line. That is whipped from by the number 8. Single taken. Interesting they haven't gone to go hard. Bearing in mind the second new ball's 10 overs away. 35 minutes of Patterson. Now Higgins, Roland Jones. We saw go hard begin at the pavilion end for Middlesex and then switch to the nursery. It's up the wicket of Hassan, who was sweeping. That wicket was taken from the pavilion end, so maybe it will be go hard to replace Roland Jones.
Chalk, please. We are in the World Snooker Championship after all.
Lower tier of the mound stand. And our cameraman Paul down at ground level, he's following Ryan Higgins. Gets it away this time, single down to long leg.
Yeah, going back to what you were saying though about the way that Glamorgan approached this, they do need to keep it ticking over if possible, because if you just end up in a hole and you go nowhere, you end up putting pressure back on yourself. You can go into complete defensive mode and just block ball after ball after ball, but then a couple of wickets and you're really in trouble.
we're going through the bowling changes. Henry Brooks is answering the question for us warming up at mid-wicket. I was going to say, Brooks will feel a little hard done by if they go to Gohan out the pavilion end and don't give him a dash this morning, but again, the second new ball's not far away. Inside edge. Had the one at the end of the last over, didn't we? And inside edge, pad, bat, ball all coming together at the same time. Lots of ricocheting, it was hard to see what came first. Carlton feels as though he's on the wrong end of a bat onto pad decision this morning, given out caught behind. So 3 for 6. Redrich. Tore at the back by the looks of it. Lower pavilion. Right behind the arm of Henry Brooks. He'll be right arm over. Well, not right behind, but close to it. There are a couple who are just peeking over the score, the advertising boards at that end.
As you say, it is an interesting call, this. Yeah, there might be an element of, I want to have a go before Zafar, but would you really want to bowl with a ball that's 71 overs old?
Yeah, it seems slightly unusual, doesn't it? That the frontline spinner like Zafar Gohar doesn't have the ball in hand right now. Maybe they're saving him for the new ball. Single down to long leg, see if your shadows starting to appear around the players, and delighted to say that that is the sun, not the floodlights.
Maybe that's part of it, in the fact that it's brighter and therefore you can bowl your seamers with a ban, you know, freely without being, you know, forced by the light in any way. Say, well, if we can bowl him at the moment, maybe we do, because we might not be able to bowl him later. Who knows?
It's a lovely sight of a shadow to the left of Brooks there, isn't it? Stretched out. Did say I didn't think we'd have much chance of a slither of blue, but it's certainly a lighter bit of cloud at the moment, at worst. Disappearing as quickly as it found us. Joe Cracknell out there as a sub. I think for Dane Patterson at the moment. No, he might be long leg. Lift from Brooks.
Well, it's definitely getting brighter, because I've just made out, just in the distance, the shape of a plane making its way towards Heathrow. The wind has turned around, so they're actually coming in over central London to head out west to Heathrow. And I can just make out another one. It's definitely getting brighter, because we would not have seen that 20 minutes or so ago.
End of the over, 204 for 6. Higgins continuing from the nursery end. We're fully distracted. We're fully distracted by the planes descending in over the top of Old Father Time. They're dipping in behind the black and white flats there over the back of the Allen, and then they are down into Heathrow behind the pavilion. But what's distracting us or interesting us is that they're descending quite clearly from over our left shoulder, and then they disappear into cloud as they descend into Heathrow. That shows you how low the cloud is over there. Single down to long leg. It's fascinating us anyway, Macca.
As you say, it just gives you that indication that there is a varying cloud base level, and it is considerably lower out towards the west than east and northeast of town.
And the west is, from a cricketing perspective, the weather from there is slipping roughly to the north. So where those planes are descending from, where it's quite visible at the moment over the top of Old Father Time, that's roughly where it's coming in from. The weather there is a fair bit lighter and the clouds a lot higher. There's the sun breaking through again. Somewhere up where those planes are coming in from, but genuinely don't think I've ever seen that before. The planes, there you go, over the top of Old Father Time there, it's quite bright, and then as the planes appear over the Grim Reaper's head, clearly visible, they disappear into cloud cover as they descend into Heathrow. Players are searching for wickets, we're searching for planes. I still can't believe you didn't get an Easter egg yesterday, Macca. Hard day's toil. You must have burst through the door yesterday evening. There'll be at least 2 Easter eggs waiting for me. At the 73rd, 205 for 6. You mentioned the planes are descending in over central London today, whereas previously, the last 3 days of this game, they've been descending from the east and taking off over London. It's a great disappointment, isn't it, when you come back to London if you're not flying in over the river, seeing all the sights.
Flew back in many years ago, just into the new year, and it was when the big Christmas festival fair was still on. Was it Green Park at that point? And you could see all the lights of the fairground and all of that looking out the window. It was spectacular. Middlesex would quite fancy something spectacular at the moment as the clock continues to tick on them. 50 minutes of the morning session gone. Still just that one wicket.
Glamorgan are hoping for a winter wonderland this afternoon. Have play abandoned for the day.
Yeah, something bordering monsoon territory will do for them, won't it?
Punched. Sweeper set back, just a single. Although Middlesex aren't overly worried about the runs. Mackie, you were mentioning that Glamorgan won't want to stand still. They will want to keep the scoreboard ticking. And once they are in front, then that is time that Middlesex need to get out in the middle and get those runs knocked off later on for the win if it comes to it.
Short leg in place. Van der Houten has company.
Oh, lovely shot that. Down the ground. It's just not quite going to hold, is it? It is. Over the rope it goes. And Roland Jones made to chase all the way.
Good looking shot that, wasn't it? One striker's diving back for his ground just to be safe in case there's a deflection off Brooks's fingertips or boot. Didn't have to worry about that.
Dropping short. Hooked to long leg.
For a second, Patterson was taking a couple of steps in then and going for it. Then he realised, no, it's just too much, let's make sure, and then backed off. But its initial instinct was then to come and go for it.
Leg side. Six overs and one delivery until the second new ball becomes available. .212 for 6 Glamorgan, they trail by 59. Zafar Gohar is into the attack, and he's into the attack from the nursery end, which I think is the right call here. Turning it with the slope away from the right-hander. Hitting to the big boundary. Against the spin. We'll be tempted in trying to drive after that ball, which is ever turning away from them if they're trying to get to the short boundary. Big moment this. 6 shy of the second new ball.
At the nursery end, Zafar Gohar.
Well, he really came into the game against Lancashire as the game progressed. The Middlesex dressing room and team will be hoping, and supporters of course, will be hoping that he can get involved and play a part in this. Already got one. They'd like him to finish with a few more than that.
What's that? Under the nose. Onto the spot. We'll be looking to leave it there or thereabouts. Short leg in the slip. You saw one rip up the hill from Callaway yesterday. Just takes an over or so, doesn't it, for a spinner? Any given day. Start the spell, just find the length, find the pace, And the flight. There you go. Took 5 balls.
This is an absolute seed of doom. Look at the state of that.
Pitch in middle and leg.
And missing the lot and the outside edge.
You saw that one that Callaway had to Zafar. Right arm around the wicket to the left-hander from the nursery end, turning it up the slope, beating the drive. A big drive it was, a booming drive, and taking it slip yesterday. And said at the time that will be exciting, Zafar Gohar and Middlesex, to see that. They'll be hoping for plenty more from their left-arm spinner. End of the over though, 212 for 6 and back to Brooks.
Well, the great thing is he's got that one to do that so early in his spell. Now it's in the batter's minds. He doesn't want every ball to turn that big. He just wants the odd one. Because that way, you might get a batter play inside it or outside it, and then you get the nicks. And then, of course, he's got that arm ball as well that will just carry on. Definitely planted a seed early on with that delivery.
I saw Nathan Fernandez given an over last night. A couple of looseness for him in that. Doesn't get the ball as much now. Zafar Gohar here, but even last year with Luke Holman and Josh DeCaries. There's also Elias Deploy, left arm tweaker. 2 right-handers out there. There's Max Holden with part-time off-spin as well. I wonder would they just have a go with somebody from the pavilion end, but then Brooks has had to wait his turn for so long, and if the second new ball goes straight back to Roland Jones at the pavilion end, and perhaps Brooks will be given all the way through until that point. A little bit of width on that one. Oh, it's lit up from Cook.
That's almost come from nowhere, hasn't it? Cook's played some shots, but certainly nothing as big as that. Again, not the worst sign from a Middlesex point of view. Easier to get a batter out if he's looking to play some shots. Another good one there. Looks like he's got his rhythm. Brooks.
Away. Stands up tall, Cook. Opening the face and punching off the back foot. It's a lovely shot for 4.
Top of the bounce up on tiptoes. Keeps it down well, Cook, there. Fernandez never really had a chance of cutting it off. He was only ever retrieving that one.
217 for 6. Brains Trust just breaking away. Eskenazi, Gohar and Roland Jones are all deep in conversation while we were looking through those replays. Back in its second slip now, Eskenazi. Roland Jones is mid-on. Gohar with the ball in hand. Missing from this piece is Leas Deployer. He's now talking to Zafar Gohar from cover. They're just bringing mid off a little bit wider. Scamper through for the leg by Illinois slightly.
I think the conversation was, how hard are we going at Van der Houten? And then you've done all of that, and the first ball, he gets a leg by, and he's now off strike. That plan clearly was for one batter only, because second slip is out for Cook. So you've just set it all up, and unfortunately you don't get much of a chance to exploit it.
I think I was being kind when I said that'll frustrate slightly. Look for a couple here, but they'll settle on one. Drying his hands in the dirt. Gohar.
With that just being the single, it means they can go back to a aggressive mode with Van der Houten back on strike.
Leg side again. Fernandez at 45.
That's 3 out of 3 down the leg side. Short leg across to Silly Point. Zafar Gohar wants to bring Van der Houten forward there, try and push it to Silly Point or edge it. Van der Houten saying, no, I'm going to play it off the back foot.
.219 for 6. Just gone noon on the final day of this championship match here at Lord's, the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Dafabet. Andrew McKenna alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic for this one. Oh, I thought we had a sleeper, but deep in. Cheating on the crossword there. Just look up the answer. Did you see that? Is it Sudoku? Can you cheat on that with a calculator? I guess you can't.
Probably hints online though.
Fernando in this match for Glamorgan. Middlesex had the famous left arm of Shaminder Vas for a little while one year. Very popular player, hugely experienced. He used to love Sudoku. He was never spotted without it. Whenever the cricket wasn't played, where's Shaminder? He's doing the Sudoku.
He was one of my favourite players for a long time, Vas. Something about a left armour, isn't there? And he had all the skill in the world.
It's the one thing Middlesex, in my time covering the county, haven't really had here at Lords, because I do think at Lords, a left armour at Lords is hard to beat. Little in this year.
Another good player, Josh Little. Done quite a few Ireland games in the last few years. He's a high quality operator, gets it down there at a decent pace as well. No, I'll be honest, most of the Josh Little stuff I've seen has been white ball cricket. Obviously Ireland play predominantly more white ball cricket than they do red ball. But he looks like he's got all the skills that he would be able to transfer it across to red should he desire to. Good pace too as well.
Hooked fine. It's in the air, but it is a long way fine of long leg. Just checking the umpire. The umpire's checking himself, I think, for confirmation to see how high and how far it went.
They've actually asked Patterson in the end, and Dane Patterson says 6. Just make out the body of the short leg fielder there, Ben Gettis. Wasn't far away from him, that one. I mean, it's straight off the face of the bat and was going pretty quickly. It's one of those that you just throw out your hand, and if it's your day, it sticks in your palm. '79th over then. So we are ever closer to a potential new ball.
Close catches. See a couple drift down the leg side from Zafar in his last over.
If you're going to go back there, you have got to make contact.
Hasn't quite found his rhythm, his flight just yet, has he, Gohar? But it does, we said it takes a couple of overs, doesn't it, really? There's clearly a lot going on out there as well. They're constantly tinkering with the field, which I like. I think that's a good thing. You don't want to take too long about doing it, but talk of watching Shane Warne captain Hampshire here and Stephen Fleming captaining Nottinghamshire. Every ball was an event. Every ball, something was done with the field. 228 for 6. Speaking of events, it's past noon. Fly Middlesex cap. Now, has he got the stream in his ears, or has he got the BBC radio broadcasts? Bowler's bars open. That's nice. Lower order non-drive, but non-drive nonetheless.
It may have originally been designed to be an off drive, but all runs gratefully received. Bottom hand coming through a little bit on that one. Still says 4 in the book. So 3 more deliveries then till the new ball becomes available. In fairness, when we've seen that one, it doesn't look particularly dog-eaten. And with the ground being so lush as it is at this time of the year, you wouldn't expect it to be absolutely horrendous, but a nice new hard ball with a proud seam could be just the ticket.
It's a leg slip in play, as well as the 2 orthodox and the short leg. Little change now for Cook. Solid forward defence, 5 off the over. That's 80 bowls, 2-3-3 for 6. The second new ball is available. It'll be all eyes on the umpires now. Does Zafar Gohar get one more with the older ball? Does he get one with the new ball? We'll have to wait and see. There it is, been tossed back. Shiny new red one is ready to go. Patterson at the nursery end, so Gohar is done for now. Roland Jones tosses the ball.
Returning to the nursery end,
So his
David
new team
Patterson.
likely to be Roland Jones at the pavilion end. Patterson 1 for 48 from 18. Roland Jones 3 for 58 from 18. Might be tempted to give Gohar one with the new ball from this end, I must admit. He was made to wait with the older ball this morning, wasn't he? But
well, you can see just going through the shot there is Toby Roland Jones at mid-off doing his stretching, so it will be him from the pavilion end.
chugs away off the surface.
A lot of discussion before that first ball. Was it going to be 3 slips or 2 slips and a gully? And they've gone for the 2 slips and a gully option, which probably again indicates the lack of out-and-out pace, because the quicker the pitch is, the finer the ball tends to go. Therefore they're thinking if there is going to be a nick, it might just carry that little bit squarer.
Oh, he's bowled him through the gate. Van der Houten a little bit loose on the front foot there, whether it took a little inside edge on the way. Eskenazi making the little signal with the hand that might have come back up the slope. Let's have a look. Just good angle. Yes, it seems off the surface, and that's up the slope as well. The second new ball makes a big difference. Look at that go. Outside of off. Oh, that's as good a feeling as there is for a seam bowler.
Can I just say, Deploy's taken a worldie at second slip off of the stump. Watch the ball. That's a brilliant take. However, let's get back to the actual wicket itself. It's a sensational delivery from Patterson. And 7 down now. No shame in getting out to a delivery like that. 28 from 60 balls. He's done his job. But 2-3-3 for 7.
Shake of the head as he makes his way through the gate. So he'd left a bit of a gap, but boy, it seemed, didn't it? Up the slope as well, which makes it even more impressive from Patterson. You could see the reaction of his teammates. See Eskenazi talking about it. Just made that little movement with his hand, didn't he? Suggesting that movement in. Oh boy, did it come in off the surface.
I'll keep talking about it. That new hard seam. If you've ever held a brand new cricket ball, the seam really is hard. That twine, it grips into the grass on the pitch, and that's what causes it to move around, wobble around. Well, 2 balls, 2 deliveries for the new ball to make its mark.
Ned Leonards, Ealing Cricket Club, now with Glamorgan. With the mighty job to do against the county of his birth. Believed to begin 4 behind him. Pathway cricketer with Middlesex, Leonard, but quickest in the match, we were told as well. Quickest bowler in the match.
Yep, on day 1.
Oh, now that's gone through the gap, the smallest of gaps. All right, who's catching it? Oh, just got a little bit wider there, the 4th slip. Oh, it's just short of. I suppose there's more a gully there, isn't he?
Now that's going to be a teaser. because that's a genuine edge, played relatively hard, and it's not properly carried. Are you brave enough at gully to take a step in? It's a big ask.
Oh. Toe end. Very nearly through.
It's one of the great skills in cricket, being able to mop up the tail. Some bowlers are brilliant at it, and some just can't quite, for whatever reason. There is no rhyme or reason to it. But if you can sign someone who can do that, your team is infinitely better off for it.
End of the over, the first with the second new ball. And it's 2-3-7 for 7. And this is why.
Such a good delivery. My eye's still drawn to deploy a second slip with a catch as well, though. Good reaction, that.
So it's the skipper. 3 for 56 in this inning, 6 wickets in the match. Glorious. Put up there from Roland Jones to ask the question. Cook with a resounding answer.
Nice little punch drive. Follow through, got to about 8 o'clock on the clock face. You don't have to have an enormous swish at it.
It's outside the line. Got a big plunging step forward and outside off. Whether there was a little tickle as well, but he was struck outside the line for sure.
See, in the dark old days, and by that I mean about 25 years ago, just by getting that big lunge, and he's taken a shuffle as well, but the big lunge would be enough because the umpire would think, oh well, there's doubt, I can't really tell. But now with DRS and all the technology and the ball tracking available, just getting a big lunge isn't enough anymore. It really has changed the way that batters have to play and the way that umpires have to umpire. Bowlers all around the country go, and quite right too.
Oh, that's back. Disappointment for Cook on this one.
He threw the hand out, Roland Jones. It would have only have needed the merest of fingertips on the end.
Stranded. 32nd, 2 with the new ball, 4 to start the over. Cook 35, Leonard on 4, 2, 4, 1 for 7. Still trail by 30. Must be coming up to just about 30 minutes to lunch, 33 minutes till the interval here. Second new ball though is going to be very, very difficult to navigate in this period. Up there from Patterson this time, and down the ground it goes from Leonards. Roland Jones giving chase. Bit of huff and puff as he gets there. Take a couple.
Well, if you're going to be 2 something, then you want to be 2 full, don't you? You don't want to be 2 short at the moment. You've got 3 slips and a gully in place. Get it up there. Go hunting for the edge of the bat. Feels at the moment there'd be nothing for being 2 short.
It's pretty much the way I approach the intervals, Macca. Rather be 2 full. Oh, that came into the right-hander through the air, I fancy. Rasps off the middle of the bat. Yeah, it's a little bit of late in swing.
Well, 3 in a gully being in place means there will be spaces on the offside. Leonard really found that one. Lovely shot.
The Warner stands. It's a long way away from the action there. A long way away from any fellow spectators as well.
Well, maybe they've got the Easter eggs and they've heard that you're on the lookout, so they're just staying away from everyone, just keep everyone at well and truly arm's length. It's
going to say that would be you and I if we were out there, Statler and Waldorf, sat on our own somewhere.
Do people still get that reference, by the way, about Statler and Waldorf? Bearing in mind the Muppets haven't been on for years.
I'd be really depressed if they don't.
It'll be a real mark of time.
Oh, it wasn't that long ago, the latest Muppets movie, was it? 2012 from the back of the box, Dan.
I mean, in fairness, the Muppets Christmas Carol is, for me, and we can get into contentious here, for me, the Muppets Christmas Carol is the greatest Christmas film.
Greater than Elf.
I do like Elf as well, to be fair. Will Ferrell is a very, very funny man.
But I do very much enjoy the Muppets Christmas Carol. Muppets Treasure Island, greatest pirates movie of all time. Johnny Depp might have something to say about that. Isn't he coming back soon for another Pirates of the Caribbean? I'm sure I read. Let's hope so.
Well, these franchises make so much money, you would have thought it's not can't be a million miles away. Have another crack at it.
Last day of the game here at Lord's. Be some parlaying over the lunches up in the media centre. Last of the sandwiches today, who gets the best ones? We'll have to take it in turns. If you run down in about 10 or 20 minutes, we won't have to parlay with anyone. We'll just go and get the pick of them. Didn't even think about trying to say parlay in Johnny Depp's pirate accent.
They did get Keith Richards in one of the last films so far, didn't they? That single brings up the 250. 250 for 7 at the end of the 84th over. As anyone who's not aware, Johnny Depp basically based the character on the real-life Rolling Stones guitarist Keith Richards. So as a mark of respect or a tribute, they actually got him involved in it.
That's a lovely ball. Squares him up.
Hummed him up like a can of beans. Which, considering it's Cook, is a decent delivery. As you can see, he's been there 88 balls now.
Just slowly ticking over there who we would get of the counties to do the best Johnny Depp parlay accent. It's trip down to Somerset, but indeed Bristol, old head groundsman down at Bristol, Dave Bridle. He'd have made a fine pirate. Are they in action today, Gloucestershire? They must be.
Gloucestershire 213 for 2 in their second innings against Kent, so leading by 292. So they are playing, which is more than they are doing at Manchester and Derby. They are still delayed due to the rain there. So ourselves and Canterbury is the only action in Division 2. In Division 1, still not playing, and in fact there'll be no play before lunch in Birmingham for the Warwickshire Notts game. All the other games are in action.
I'm right in thinking that it's a funny one, Bristol, isn't it? 'Cause you step out of Neville Road in the wrong direction, or one direction, you're into Gloucestershire, but you step out of Neville Road into the other direction, you're virtually in Somerset, aren't you?
Yeah, right on boundary edges, as in county boundary edges as opposed to cricket boundary edges. I was told yesterday actually by someone that they're moving grounds. They spent a lot of money building properties to overlook the ground, and now they're looking at going somewhere else.
Do you get a refund if the cricket gets moved? Yeah, there's been a lot of renovation work down there, isn't there? And there is talk that find a bit of ground up towards the motorway, I think it is. I think it's very difficult to get to, and the chief exec over the years at Gloucester has talked about them having one of the most untapped demographics for sports fans. Bristol City, Bristol Rovers. Oh, edgily down to deep backward point, chase on. Oh, scoop at it from Zafar Gohar. Goodness me, he's willing in the field. Shaping away on the right hander, bringing that thick edge. Sun breaks through at Lords. That slither of blue has found us at last. 255 for 7. Bristol Bears down there as well, but I remember the chief exec saying that in terms of reach, catchment area for sports fans, it's bigger than Manchester, it's bigger than Liverpool and Bristol. And how Gloucestershire as a cricket club don't seem to tap into it even on T20 nights. So I think some of the thought was about having a purpose-built stadium that had good transport links and hopefully bring them all out on a Friday night. Of course, as well, it's an international venue, Bristol, so it's had an awful lot of investment on the ground itself as well as the flats surrounding.
Yeah, absolutely. The old minimum standard requirement for your ground, and you've got to have a bit of investment in it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That sort of area alongside the M32 where you come off the M4 would make a very, very good cricket ground. There's lots of sports fields with the universities there. Some sort of shared deal might work nicely for them.
Oh no, that's close. Is there a bat involved in that? The umpire thinks so. Roland Jones is convinced that there was not. Cook gets a word from the Middlesex captain. Bemused for now. Was there bat involved? Was it doing too much? It jagged a lot. Well, there's no bat. The umpire has deemed that that is jagging down the slope off the seam and doing too much.
You have to assume that a couple of the ones that have gone big today have maybe got us shaping the umpire's thoughts on that one. That's a chuntering bowler if ever I saw one.
Top ball to end the over, 255 for 7. Very nearly an eighth. Roland Jones thought he had him. Pitch is just outside the line of off. Jags back in with the slope. When he saw it from behind, he could see just how much it's jagged back in, and you can perhaps understand maybe the umpire's thinking it's doing too much. However, from that angle, it's hard to imagine that that's missing leg stump. 255 for 7. The first wicket to go, though, was Carlson today, and he felt he didn't nick it. And the replays suggest perhaps he didn't. So 1-1 for the morning. No ball. That was very nearly through, though. Bat coming down very late.
We've got about 16 minutes or so to lunch. Glamorgan trail by 14.
And all the things that are crucial with that Macca is 16 minutes time. It's all right at the moment, but go off for 40 minutes and what does the skyline look like 40 minutes thereafter? Forecast of rain somewhere around 2, possibly 3. Another forecast says not till 4 or 5. And again, all the while, if they can get past these 14 runs and just start to build a lead, that's another 10 minutes where Middlesex have to get back out there and get scoring those runs. They are giving themselves a chance here, Glamorgan, that is for sure.
And then it's all the little things, isn't it? 10 minutes for a change of innings. Again, could that 10 minutes have an effect? And then when they get into positive territory, every run that they score is another run that Middlesex then have to score. And then it all starts to add up, and all those little things suddenly collectively become big things.
I'll be wholly honest with you though, Macca. My mind's still on the parlay over what's left of the sandwiches on the final day up here at lunch. Once we're past that, then I'll start to break down the rest of the day. Down the leg side, that sprays a little. 4 byes.
I think that one just came out wrong. It's the first time we've seen Patterson do that. Just sprayed it down the leg side. Keeper no chance.
End of the over, 87 done, 7 with his second new ball. They trail by 10 now. 2-6-1 for 7. That's where the parlay will happen. Out the back there, you can just see the trees at the back of the nursery ends. That's where so we'll be racing down to. Them lot next door, we'll be speeding past them to get down to the sandwiches.
Everyone in the crowd seems to be quite good at the moment. They've held off. They're going to wait till 1 o'clock.
I mean, to be fair, that's because most of them hands are full with pint glasses, or there's no holding off there. Yeah, those trees at the back of the media centre, it's quite interesting actually. The building of this, the media centre, the Compton and the Edrich as well. One of the requirements for this media centre was that it did not block off the trees at the nursery end for the members sat in the pavilion. So that's seeing the trees through the media centre, through the dining room. Oh, someone's in at the sandwiches already. I can see him down the bottom left there. Someone's gone early. But that was the key to the building of this media centre. But you can also see the trees through the legs of the media centre when you're sat in the pavilion as well.
It is interesting that the members were desperate to see the trees, what, 150, 180 metres away, yet the cricket's sort of 70 metres in front of them. And they were more... I mean, I kind of get... I understand the whole greenery issue and all of that, but...
Oh, dear. It's away, it's nice, but Roland Jones would have thought he was nearly through there. They're edging towards the lead now, Glamorgan. 7 down. Trail by 7.
Yeah, just 2 wickets this morning. One of them with the new ball. I think we all thought when the first one of the morning went down, that might be the start of the clatter, but certainly not the case.
Edged. Leading edge. Thick outside part of the bat, heading square of the wicket. Cover blocks it off, end of the over. 3 runs off it, 264 for 7. Nearly at lunch on the final day. Glamorgan are far from safety yet, but 10 minutes away. Get them in at lunch, and as we say, let's see where the weather is, where the rain is at 20 past 1. Just starting to get towards a little bit of peril now in this match. Even though the sun's out at the moment, Middlesex will just be starting to think that they need another. Can this man find him? Higgins replacing Patterson.
Interesting, it's not Zafar Gohar. Would be easier to have
From the nursery end.
slipped him in just before the break to have a go with this new ball.
Wobbling it away on the off stump. Certainly plenty out there for the bowlers, isn't there? Seam, swing. Zafar Gohar will hope spin to come into it. It's all a question of time, though. Were we to have a full day, you'd say that Glamorgan are a long, long way from saving this. But they are edging ever closer to lunch. And with it, that peak towards 2 o'clock. To resume after the interval at 1:40. Rain forecast for the afternoon. It's a tale of two skies up there at the moment. To the left, it's sunny and bright. To the right, the rain is falling over the top of the Warner. In the distance, though. That'll continue to blow off to the north. So we should be okay. There's been a few murky skies over the back of the Warner in the distance so far today. It should continue to drift away. It's what's over the back of the pavilion, over the back of the Allen stand. Oh, there you go. A Jaffa from Higgins to finish. There is plenty out there for the bowlers still. All to do for Glamorgan. Middlesex will fancy they need one more session in this match. Will the weather allow it? 265 for 7.
Absolute Jaffa, that last one, wasn't it? Five to 1.
Drifting down leg side. Right arm over to the right hander with the slope. Plenty of middle and off. I'll show there a fancy. Front pad doesn't come across at all, does it? You see middle.
And it's taking the middle to the outside part of the pad as well. So they trail by 5. Jones got the first of the day after only 2.5 overs. Halfway through the 64th was the Carlson wicket. Van der Houten going 2 balls into the new ball spell. Here we are now at 89.3.
Runs away fine. Deep backward point has a chase here down to deep third, and they've taken a couple. To the 90th, 10 with the second new ball. That is not going to be lunched just yet. One more to go. 2, 6, 8 for 7, trailing by 3. 3 wickets standing.
I'd say Ned Leonard's done a really good job for Glamorgan in his time in the crease. 19 now is his highest score in first-class cricket, but the runs is only part of the equation. It's the ball's face too.
But a bounce for Higgins. We said there's plenty out there still.
That's going to make everyone sit up and take notice. Batter and slip cordon alike.
Asking a question, Higgins trying to get that one to beat the inside edge. Great control. What do we go for next? Just gone a little fuller and straighter. You'd imagine he'll be trying to keep it around there, to be honest, at this stage. About there. Has he got him? No. Higgins was going to ask the question. Nobody behind the stumps did.
Bit of a fiddle, that, isn't it, from Cook? Not quite sure what the little jump into the shot was at the last moment there, but from his own point of view, the best thing that happened was he didn't nick it.
Last ball of the morning session of the final day. A single taken, 2 behind Glamorgan, 2-6-9 for 7. As the players start to make their way off, eyes and attention will be turning to that horizon. There's rain to the right. It's glooming up back at the pavilion and to the left. Middlesex will be very keen if they can get back out at 140 to work hard and fast. It's somewhere around 2, 3. Some reports say not until 4 or 5 that there'll be a bit of rain arriving at Lord's. Middlesex have got a bit to do to wrap this up. Glamorgan are giving themselves every chance. They trail by 2 at lunch on the live enhanced stream with Daffabet. They are 2-6-9 for 7. Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
So 40 minutes for the lunch meeting. We're online at the Middlesex MCC members shop located just behind the pavilion. It's adjacent to the Harris Garden, providing exclusive clothing, leisure wear gifts and accessories to club members, along with Middlesex Cricket replica kits. Retail shop opens at 8:05 Gate shop. It's open through until 6 o'clock today. I'll find a range of Lord's MCC and Middlesex merchandise, including souvenirs and leisure wear. You'll find Christmas Street 2 in Playfair, 5th January, 4 weeks in stock along with a new range of England.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have fun. Catch. Throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Coffee and pastries, plus of course the Lord's Tavern Pub open today, serving a variety of pub meals, a children's menu, and a discount of course for MCC members. Visit the tavern website for further information.
holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Umpires returning to the field, Neil Pratt and Ben Peverell, and Middlesex back to the field led by Toby Rowland-Jones.
Well, a very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lord's afternoon session on the final day. Smiles on the umpires. How the looks on the Middlesex faces. Glamorgan will be sitting a little happier at lunch. 2-6-9 for 7. They trail by just 2 runs as Cook and Leonard make their way out to the middle. There's Rowland-Jones. Quite a pensive look, isn't it? Pointed. He'll have his huddle. He would have had his huddle, I should say. Dame Patterson taking off his sweater. And a little go from the pavilion ends for Middlesex's new signing. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Lord's from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hands, Andrew McKenna's alongside me. And Middlesex very much hoping for 3 quick wickets here and knock off whatever runs are left. There is a big clump of cloud which you're just we started to pick up on the far left of the screen there. That's going to be the closest threat we've had since about 9 o'clock this morning to any rain here at Lord's. Whether that one just skirts to the south of us is touch and go. There is a forecast of rain for 2, so that was probably what it was. It's going to be tight. Here's Patterson, 2 slips in a gully. And past the edge, first ball, goodness me. Change of ends. He said he likes the nursery ends. I imagine he likes the pavilion end a little bit more right now. Macca, welcome back.
Thank you, and that really was a welcome back from Dame Patterson there, wasn't it? Straight back onto the spot, coming in from the pavilion end.
Oh, that is whipped from a very, very, very straight line.
Morgan, therefore, trail by 1 run only. Just to give people another little nod on the weather. It's coming from the southwest, or southwest direction. They are not playing at Southampton at the moment due to a little bit of rain there. So if that is the direction it's coming from, it would appear it is indeed on the way. From what I can gather, it is only light drizzle down there, but still enough to stop cricket.
His toes. Defends that one.
By the way, Essex have won their game in Division 1 against Worcestershire. Won that by 28 runs, by Worcestershire out 266 in the second time. So as that stands, that is the only positive result this round of games so far.
You know it's a bad day when an Essex win is a positive. Oh, uppercut and a lead. 4 runs, Glamorgan lead by 3. They're 274 for 7.
Oh, that was well played. Rather came out of nowhere. Well, Middlesex will have to strap them on once more. How many to make, though? That's the question.
End of the over, 274 for 7.
So seen both ends. Patterson will be assisted by Higgins from this nursery end. 2 slips in the gully. Deep square leg being posted.
Wobbling. Deep square picks up. Quite perhaps the reason they were thinking. They'll get a couple. Lead by 5, as you said, every run now. Middlesex then have to go out and knock it off. Time-wise, it counts double, doesn't it? Good news for Middlesex is that really big black cloud away to our left, to the left of the screen as you look. It is drifting south. If the edge of that clips us, that's at worst what's going to get us, you'd suggest. It just seems as though it's sliding away. Was that the 2 o'clock band that we were told to expect here at Lord's?
Let's hope so.
Ooh, now. It's a little dicey. Picks up a single. I thought when you picked up the mic there, you were going to go after my 2 o'clock band and it was going to be more tribute act talk. Hank Marvin in the 4 Seasons. Or was it the 4 Shadows?
Gully goes a bit deeper. Is that a catching position if Leonard is going to play the uppercut and potentially get it a little bit wrong again?
Right, that's what we're talking about. There's rain falling out of them there clouds. To the left in particular, it's pretty heavy over there. It's touch and goes. You can see that was from Graham down below on the gantry at the nursery end here. He's almost found a channel there of which perfectly illustrates to one side of Father Time that will slip off to the south, but whether just a little tail of it will swing around and hit us here at Lord's. If it does, it doesn't look as though it will be a long delay because behind it there are brighter skies. The light at Lord's right now though has that feeling as though the skies may well be about to deposit something upon us.
Well, let's hope it's positivity.
It always is up here, isn't it, Macca? You can see both chandeliers there. The one in the writing room and also in the committee room to the left, just peeking through the sight screen.
The short third's back in catching position again, as well as a deep mid-wicket. Struggle to get that ball to either of those fielders, though. End of the over, 93 in the book, 277 for 7 Glamorgan. That lead of 6.
Hydration, good to see. Take our health very seriously in the media centre. Only 2 slices of cake so far today. gets a hand to it, saves possibly 3.
This is the tricky time with a captaincy, and the fact that you want the wickets to polish it off, but it can't be at any price. So you end up with sort of that in-out kind of field. You've got the catchers in place. There's the catching mid-wicket now been stationed for the clip off the toes, but you've also got 2 men out protecting the boundaries. We've got another result in the County Championship here in Division 2. Derbyshire Northants has been called off as a draw. Derbyshire 202 for 3 in their second innings. And of course, next weekend, that will be the venue for Middlesex.
Keeps a fraction low. Just shaping's come back in, but not enough. There is certainly sea movement out there. Good news on the cloud movement for Middlesex is it is brightening up significantly here, and that big black cloud to the left is indeed drifting to the south of us. Not great news for Glamorgan, because that may well have been the 2 o'clock. It was forecast all day. It's coming right on time, but it's just heading to the south of Lords. And the sun is out. That will cheer Middlesex, but there's a job to do. The lead is 7. Glamorgan 7 wickets down. Second new ball's 14 overs old. Minimum 63 remaining in the day, but you'd have to fancy at some point they'll lose time today. So there's a job to be done sooner rather than later, I fancy, if Middlesex want the win.
Well, if we believe these things, so I'm looking at the Met Office app at the moment, and that is saying that where we are now at 2 o'clock, there's a 40% chance of rain. Well, we think it's going to miss us, so that might be 0. At 3 o'clock, it jumps up to a 70% chance, and at 4 o'clock, it's an 80% chance. So that's when it gets a bit squeaky. So realistically, might be an hour. Well, that's enough time to skittle 3 and chase off 20. Makes these last three wickets really, really significant. It wouldn't necessarily be the end of the day, though, those, because at 5 o'clock it starts dropping off and the sun potentially comes back, and we all know about the incredible drainage here at Lords, so it would all depend as to how much rain came down. It would still be potentially possible for another late finish.
let's say we have the full day, could we potentially have a late T20 chase for Middlesex after tea? Morgan somehow were able to, with Cook and Leonard, who are clearly, well, Cook needs no introduction, but Leonard has clearly made a statement out there with 23 from 46. If they were able to keep Middlesex at bay and stay out there until tea, they were able to get, I mean, just time-wise, they were out there still after the interval. So you got to 9 down, a swing of the bat, and you're 120 ahead. Davies standing up behind the stumps now with the helmet on. But you know, how often have we seen a final 3 wickets, final 2 wickets add an extra 100 runs? For the Gram.
All the way. $50 for Cook. Shuffled his way across and helps it around. A cracking innings this has been for a Glamorgan point of view. 120 balls with 6 fours. It's more about the occupation of the crease. Chris Cook's now been there just short of 3 hours in this innings.
It's a real shame, isn't it, that the time that has been lost in this game, because let's say there were, what, we lost about half a session maybe lost in the game, so 16 overs more on that minimum overs remaining. Again, must be looking at saying, well, go on, hang on in there, Glamorgan, just get something to bowl at. How often do we talk about having, just have something, just give them 100, 120, just something on the board. Middlesex, of course, will be thinking bang, bang, 9 down and get this done. Get out there, knock off a very small target, but yeah, if there were time left in the game, enough time left in the game, then we'd often be sitting here now saying, oh, just go on, 3 wickets, just give your bowlers something to bowl at. Get Callaway out there again. Maybe it would be Bashir's time. I did see a match at Chesterley Street years ago. Chris Rogers was the Middlesex captain, so it would have been circa 2010. Real ding-dong battle for 3 days, and Middlesex seemingly had it won, chasing somewhere around 117 to win. Couple here, Roland Jones giving chase. But yeah, 117 to win, and 102 all out I'm going to go for. So the victory by about 15 runs for Durham. To be fair, that was back when Chesterley Street was a real... Now, and I remember the overheads as well. It was dark, it was miserable, there was grass on the surface, and Graham Onions may well have been the man to go through them that day. But you do see it, don't you, that, you know, 120 to chase, 10 for 2, right? Well, let's see where you go from here then.
Absolutely. Any side lose a couple of early ones, it just naturally puts a little bit of, well, not fear, but doubt potentially, just something that nags away at the back of your mind.
It's not something we're particularly talking about today, because from Middlesex's perspective, if they are, let's say, chasing 120 from 20 after tea, it's a very, very long way, all of this. But the reason why we're not, you know, looking so much at it from that prism from the Glamorgan side is if you're 10 for 2 or 20 for 3 very early on, there's not enough time to pick up those 7 or 8 wickets if a side decides to dig in, which is what Glamorgan have done here and what Middlesex did on day 2. That's why it's a shame that there's just not another 16 overs in the game, because right now we'd be just saying that, you know, all results are still possible, but time against any sort of twist at the last. We did mention Max Holden at the start of play, didn't we? If somebody plays a Holden and gets Glamorgan out of a hole, but yeah, the chances of actually turning the game around though is minimal because of the time left. And also, there remains the threat of rain.
End of the 96th over, 286 for 7. If you weren't with us right at the start of the broadcast and the start of play at 11 o'clock, and you are seeing these pictures for the first time and just wondering why the players are wearing black armbands, it's because of the announcements overnight and this morning that Jeff Evans, the former umpire, has very sadly passed away. 70 years of age, 22 years of umpiring. So black armbands being worn by players and officials alike.
Oh, now slipping down the slope and past the edge. He's in the game on most surfaces.
Just a little wobble in the air and then it kisses the surface and goes a bit more.
Half an appeal. Double teapot from Higgins, but he didn't look convincing. It's not the worst shot in the world, but Higgins didn't convince me with his appeal. Unless it was a very early shake of the head not out, which is why Higgins' appeal died so quickly.
Well, umpire Pratt was heading off to the side, wasn't he, just in case the batters were taking a run. He wasn't having anything to do with the appeal.
A little closer than I realised.
Kind of wish we were linked up to Toby Rowland-Jones's thought process at the moment. It'd be fascinating. Is he thinking weather? Is he thinking, no, let's just do our job properly? We can't control the weather. Let's control what we can control and do our job to the best of our ability. Is he then thinking about the time factor and bowling changes? You know, you don't want to appear desperate, but 3-4 over spells till you find a wicket, then you've got yourself an opening. And we mentioned Cook's been there over 3 hours. Ned Leonard's been out there over an hour now as well. You need to find an opening from somewhere.
Chop fine. And chop fine for 4. Cook's on to 57, 290 for 7. Lead 19. We have a game on, I'd suggest now, in terms of saving this for Glamorgan. They are getting themselves into a position where Middlesex will be starting to get nervous because of the weather forecast. Having made that point early in this game and down at Canterbury at the end. 7 days of cricket, Middlesex will be scratching their heads a little. So that's going to shoot away again. Thicker edge, it's not going to race. Pick up 2. Middlesex will be scratching their heads at the end of the 97th over here for a couple of reasons. One, what's the forecast like? Are they going to get this done? But after 7 days of the season, 4 against Lancashire, 3 at Canterbury, they'd have been saying to themselves, how have we not got 1 win on the board? That will play on the mind slightly out there as well now with the forecast of rain to come later. I mean, you certainly wouldn't want Glamorgan to be 4 down right now. Let's say this was the 3rd day. Glamorgan were 4 down right now, we would still be talking about a potential turnaround in this game, much as Lancashire suffered and Middlesex very nearly pulled off in the opening game of the season here. Oh, that's crunched hard. 4 more, the lead's 25, 296 for 7. There's always a little tipping point, isn't there? Now, that's not to say a wicket isn't going to go next delivery, but did you see the confidence starting to grow? As you said, Maka, with every run that's scored, that's then worth double because it's a run that Middlesex have to score now. Oh, now. Well, what was involved in that? I mean, it was very, very close to bowling him. Was there a ricochet off the inside edge? To see if he can pick up the inside edge from behind. Yeah, just there. Oh, no outside edge on that one, but very close from Patterson.
Again, the seam just grips in the surface. It leaves Ned Leonard just past the outside edge once again. .296 for 7, the lead 25. The sky's ever brighter. Every now and again, though, it is ever changing. There's not much for wind, but I'll tell you what, for a day where we haven't seen much wind, every time we look up, it does change a little bit. Deep in the distance, it's just a little darker. Probably in the one channel that you don't want it to be on the horizon at the moment is where it's at its darkest. That's the one that would head towards Lords, but by the time it gets here, it might not be so bad. That's just a long, long way away. Zafar Gohar is into the attack. The nursery end. I didn't see much of the older ball this morning.
He's only had to wait 18 overs to get a bowl with the second new ball.
Two right-handers and the slope in his favour. Short legs, just getting the safety gear on. Gettis. So it'll be interesting to see how attacking Middlesex go here. Need the wickets, but don't want to give away too many runs. So it's just going to be those two close fielders, as you can see. The slip and the short leg. Mid-wicket is relatively close. I mean, I'm a sort of an all-in kind of captain. I might be thinking, have a couple more in round the bat as well. But that's just me being a terrible club cricketer.
Nice bit of flight on that, wasn't there? A bit of dip.
Now, this is where Bazball has got a bit confused. The idea behind Bazball isn't to go out and whack it, it's to do what the opposition don't want you to do. And I would say in this situation, what Glamorgan don't want is loads of men round the bat. I might be just putting a few more chips into the middle to see what comes on the next card. Final ball of the over and the deep cover comes into the ring to try and make sure Leonard's on strike first ball of the next over.
All it is. 296 for 7, a maiden for Zafar on his return. On for 34 from 20 with 5 maidens. I was worried that, having not bowled him a great deal this morning, Gohar, that Middlesex might have got themselves into a bit of a pickle with regards to the second new ball, in feeling that they need to exhaust the options with the seamers, which is what they did with the older ball this morning. Having done so, Zafar Gohar did not bowl a great deal this morning, was, in my opinion, under-bowled. Probably should have given him a bit more of a go. Gone early to him with the second new ball. That's not correct. They haven't gone early with him to the second new ball. My fear was that they were getting themselves into a position whereby they haven't bowled him with the older ball this morning. Have they given the seamers enough of a chance with the ball? You know, for Higgins, it's clearly been doing a bit. For Patterson as well. They have gone to their frontline spinner that they so desperately craved for the last few years. Has he? No, he hasn't. Going for the big shot. Nearly paid the biggest price.
Well, Leonard went for it. And the fact it's landed a metre in front of the fielder probably means he's going to put that away for a bit. Which is a real shame from a Middlesex point of view. Just suddenly saw a bit of width and suddenly he was going to try and lash it.
No lashing about that, just all timing Zafar Gohar. Imagine he's quickly becoming a fan favourite at Middlesex, with bat, with ball and in the field as well. So there's a couple there.
Every run at the moment, really important if you can save it. 27.
Oh, now that's edged in the air. Backward point just turns and gives chase. It's the 300 up in their second innings, Glamorgan. They're 302 for 7, 598 balls, 393 minutes. And it is the minutes column that's becoming very, very precious now in this game.
Well, it appears that Leonard is going to throw the bat at anything that's got some width. Are Glamorgan sniffing something sensational in the air?
Well, the best form of defence is often attack, isn't it? Right now, 34 from 58, 59, 138. They're seeing it big, aren't they? Middlesex have bowled a good number of wicket-taking deliveries. You know, they've threatened both edges. Maybe Glamorgan are thinking, look, it only takes one and this could be over in a flash. So let's grab what runs. It would be the most sensational turnaround if it did end up in that T20 later today. 20 overs, score 120 runs or so. They're having a look at the ball. Look at that, umps. Clearly need to replace him.
It's square. It's square, you can see it, ump.
I've been asking producer Danny and the camera crew to find us some Easter eggs in the crowd. That Danny's told me that's as close as I'm going to get to finding an egg.
I'll tell you, Roland Jones looks like he's just laid that one. He doesn't look particularly happy to have got it back from the umpire.
Oh, guided. Again. Good point getting around. And a single to end the over. 303 for 7. 100 up on the board. 100 overs in this Glamorgan innings. They lead by 32 with 57 overs remaining today. This partnership is worth 70 for the 8th wicket.
I'm not surprised there's a conversation going on. Oh, and there's still... Now, he's tried one umpire, so he's now going to try the other umpire. It's still square, ump. I've been shining that, you can see your face in it. Aye, it's a cricket ball, lad.
Is that your Welsh accent?
Well, they've got exactly the same answer from both umpires now. Bit of a pause while more protective fielding equipment comes out. Fernandez is the man who's gone in at silly point.
That's better. Just needs time to settle into a spell today. He hasn't had that, has he? Which is kind of where we were going with the point earlier about he didn't really have any time with the older ball. Oh, that's going to be very close. Down on one knee, struck on the back thigh, pretty much with the knee touching the ground. So, what do we need to see from that one? Have a look again in a moment. Stick on the action. 3 go down around the bat. They all went up for that one. On he goes again. This time he gets hold of it. And Dane Patterson has to go and fetch that ball, which has gone for 4.
Right, here we go then. Did it brush the front pad and then go on to the back leg?
Yes.
Yes, it's changed direction, hasn't it?
Not out, and brilliant call that from the umpire, I think. Really, really good cricket umpiring.
Well, I confess in the commentary box I'd gone full Roy Rogers. I've triggered that one. Very, very good decision by the umpire. Right, change of bowling at the far end. Brooks for his 12th over.
He was nearly out with Trigger's broom, wasn't he? Sweeping.
That old cricketing phrase has got to be the thought process at the moment. 1 brings 2. But it's getting the 1 that's always the most tricky.
Clipped away, it might bisect them. Oh, fancy footwork. Is there anything Zaffa Gohar can't do?
For a moment, as he was running around, he looked a little bit concerned that he and Patterson were going to go clattering into each other. So he decided to get the boot out, said, right, well, I'll stop it, you throw it. Sounds a bit like that old musical gag, when I nod my head, you hit it.
Outside the line of off, and I reckon there might have even been a little bit of bat involved in that.
When he's got a stride that big, he's almost in the front row of the pavilion.
Yep, clearly outside the line of off. Inside edge just very close to it as well.
Shot. Punch off the back foot for a couple. Out to the wide open spaces up the hill to cover. All of a sudden the lead's at 40. Felt like it was 17 a couple of minutes ago. All of a sudden it's now at 40.
What were we saying about 120 to chase off 20 after tea? There's a couple for the change of innings. The other big thing here today is the light, though, isn't it? We're talking about whether the rain hits us or not, but a couple of evenings now have come off early for bad lights. Didn't make 6 o'clock yesterday. $312 for 7 after 102 overs, 64 for Cook, Leonard 39. 3 wise men in shot there, well 2. Ed Bevan in the middle of the TMS window was with us yesterday helping out. They just start to be getting a little bit. They're starting to get a little bit enthused from a BBC Radio Wales perspective, Nick Webb and Ed Bevan. 2 wise men out of 3.
Probably starting to think, what time train's he going to be getting on?
The sun's breaking through again at Lord's.
That's the one. Particularly in the Lancashire game, you bowl really effectively. That sort of quicker one that doesn't really turn. That arm ball. Haven't seen that as often this game. Oh, now that one stayed down. With Leonard having no interest in putting bat to ball, if that one's straight, that's going to be a horror.
Now, has that put doubt in the batter's mind that he's decided to be aggressive? The use of the feet. I don't think Zafar Gohar will mind that at all, seeing Leonard's giving him the charge.
Now, what's that conversation about? Mid-over.
A little bit of chatter out there. They're walking to somebody. Who's it going to be? Roland Jones and Zafar Gohar. Is it stepping? Well, he's overstepped in some way, whether it's stepping onto the danger zone, whether something's been said.
I think he must have said something, judging by the body language. Because both umpires, you can see there, look, just calm down.
Might have been chat to the batter, whether it was chat to the batter or whether it was chat to the umpires. I'm going to guess that it was chat to the batter. had the 2 that have been near misses, then the charge down the track for 4, a little prod back. 317 for 7, the lead's 46.
Well, if that is the case, then that is all frustration about this partnership. Number 9 is 43 not out from 70 balls, and he's just danced down the pitch and blatted you back past yourself for 4 as a bowler. So I'm not going to necessarily say it's a good thing, but I think it's understandable in the circumstances.
Something else is being run on, which gives another chance for the umpires to have a chat. It was at the senior umpire's end as well, whatever happened. So it was umpire Pratt to the right of the screen. They've had a little ball check as requested for a number of overs now. It's eventually been put through the handcuffs. He goes on a charm offensive. Look, we've got to get the umpires back on side.
Sorry about the spinner. Lawrence to himself.
He's the new chap. We haven't quite knocked him into line yet. Ooh. Fizzed. Oh, now. Throw down at the non-striker's end. I'm pretty sure he was home, but there's a few in the Middlesex camp that are trying to convince the umpire he's made an error there. Must be honest, I hadn't noticed Leonard had backed up. No. Comfortably home. It's getting interesting though, isn't it?
Well, Middlesex will take it however it comes, this breakthrough at the moment. Even if it is the non-striker run out backing up for a non-existent run.
I mean, it's all happening. There is spin, there is seam. There's a bit of swing out there. Starting to see 1 or 2 keep low. Brooks has just got one to lift at the start of this over. I was going to say, let's just hope that it's not the weather that spoils this, but it's not going to spoil it for Glamorgan, is it? You know, Glamorgan are batting out for the draw at the moment because they'd have to fancy that time's going to be lost.
Do you know what? I'm just looking at the distance of where it's coming from, and I think those clouds look higher than they have for a while. It might just be that
that's the area you're talking about there. It's pretty bright and sunshiny, as you can see on the top of the plane, but it's just about to start to hit the cloud. There you go. Oh, that's run. Off a thick edge, pass slip, angle bat, all of that. But goodness me, that ran fine.
would have been well in front of second slip, but while it wouldn't have been a chance, you would hope it wouldn't have been 4 runs. The lead is 50.
Now, that keeps a fraction low and he's gone. Cook departs for 69. Brooks from the pavilion end gets it to nip back in. Does it just keep a fraction low as well with the slope? It's 3-2-1 for 8, and it's Cook that has to go, and that's a massive moment on this final day. I'm going to say it's umpire's call. If they go upstairs, I'm going to say that's umpire's call. Is it clip him? Or is it just miss him? Cook on the back foot. Keeps a fraction low, but height still would have been a question. He was off the floor, wasn't he? Middlesex are off the mark in the afternoon session. 3-2-1 for 8.
3.5 hours for that 69. Little shake of the head as he takes those final steps before crossing the rope. And now Shoaib Bashir in his last innings, holding the bat, force before he goes back to Somerset at the completion of his loan. Could he have a big impact still to play, or is that the end open that Middlesex are looking for? That is what the home side will be hoping anyway.
Let's have a look again. Let's just watch where it pitches. It pitches a long way outside off, comes back in. Quite the movement, and you have to wonder, is that clipping the top of leg? It's tight. Let's see if he's off the floor when it actually strikes him as well. Up he goes. He's off the floor, hits him on the knee roll off the floor. I mean, again, I think it's umpire's call if it goes upstairs. If it's reviewed, it might have just been clipping. I reckon it was tight though, so from that perspective, Cook can feel himself a little unlucky that he wasn't given the benefit of the doubt. 3-2-1 for 8. Lead is 50, and for the first time in the match with the fall of that wicket, I wonder now, with Leonard with 2 wickets standing at the other end, do we reach a stage of the match where Glamorgan are just looking to give themselves something to bowl at, perhaps? Oh, now! Is that put down?
I think it was too good for everything.
I think if there was any bat involved, that back foot remains down as well. He's nicked that with the big inside chunk of the bat. Thought he was going to get himself in trouble there, but oh, back they come. Oh, goodness me, 2 taken.
Well, I think there's the answer to your question, by the way. Judging by that shot, that was slightly manufactured. To me, that looks a little bit like Ned Leonard said, right, we've got to make as many as we can, as quickly as we can now. Lead is at 52. Leonard, one big shot away from a really impressive half-century.
Now thick inside edge. Down for 2 more.
Sending a scout out to deep mid-wicket. Deep backward squares coming up.
Oh, that doesn't get up again. With all of that though, what were we saying about, you know, wickets 9 and 10? Between, how many times have they added 80, 90, 100 runs and really frustrated a side? It'll happen at a pace if they do it here. They're not going to die waiting. And that is the end of Leonard going for the big shot against Zafar Gohar. Left arm spinner strikes, keep it on the stumps. They were starting to attack him. And there's the answer, 3-2-5 for 9 as the reverse sweep comes out. And he opened himself up fully to that one. And Leonard's just shy of a 50 at Lords. Middlesex born, former Ealing cricketer, has to head back to the pavilion. It might have been the final chance for Glamorgan to avoid defeat against Middlesex here at Lord's.
Well, he tried to up the rate in the last few balls, but he wasn't able to make contact with that one. He's done a good job for his side, but Middlesex will feel now that not only is one end open, both ends are open. Bashir and Fernando at the crease. Just wrap it up as quick as possible like this. That was the first breakthrough, the vital breakthrough. And that one to remove the other set batter.
Shame for Leonard, because it was a good innings, a bit of an ugly way to go. You can understand what he was doing. Almost for himself, he deserved that 50. Fernando comes out to bat. From memory, his first ball in the first innings was a big heave-ho. 3-2-5 for 9, the lead's 54. You'd have to suggest they're at least 70 shy of what you'd call something to bowl at on the final day.
Well, Fernando lasted 13 balls before being LBW to Toby Rowland-Jones in the first innings. Middlesex will be hoping his stay will be shorter second time around.
Nicely done from Fernando. Dabs back. There's one. That was the last ball of the over. So 3-2-5 for 9. The lead's 54. Bashir will have strike. It would take quite the last wicket stand here to give them something to bowl at now. Even 80 or 90, it shouldn't be enough on this surface. Shouldn't be.
Yes. But then again, you and I are of a similar age where we've seen England bowled out for 46 and things like that in Trinidad, haven't we? So these things shouldn't happen.
With 52 overs remaining, a lead of 54 and only one wicket standing in the third innings of the match, the talk of time lost now comes out of the game a little bit. It's going to be a shootout, isn't it, one way or the other? Because even if they do somehow double this lead, it's going to happen in double quick time. So with 52 overs remaining today, even if you were to lose 12 overs or so. Beater didn't quite get the feet across to that one, or the head. And Brooks finish it off.
Well, one thing's for sure, when Middlesex do get out there, with Eskenazi as one of the openers, you get the impression he might play a few shots.
Leg side.
Jack Davis behind the stumps made a signal straight away saying going down.
It's the hip. Just be a single, so Fernando will have the strike.
Yeah, for the last 20 minutes, half an hour or so, the Middlesex openers would have been thinking and getting their mind into going and strapping the pads on and going out for this run chase. But you can't do all of that until you've taken the final wicket. All of a sudden it's a glorious day and the sun is out.
Oh, wow. How did that not take anything at all?
Oh, good leave.
Ground staff are happy as well. They're nodding down, saying it's good bounce, good surface. Well, he clears the front foot. Even in defence, it would appear.
And he got to the non-striker's end almost as quickly as if he was coming into bowl.
I feel Bashir would be well advised to find a single here. Get it. Fernando will have strike. 3-2-7 for 9. "27 years of age now. Fernando. 22 tests, 20 ODIs, 70 T20 internationals. First class average with a bat of 4.98. High score of 30 in 108 first class innings. It's also his highest score in list A or T20. 28 list A games, 13 T20s.
Nice loop. Let's have a go up. I showed Bashir at the other end. Average is 8.9 with a best of 44 not out. A little bit of turn, gripping the surface. Did stay a little bit down that one though. Fernando will have seen an awful lot of spin, both for and against, of course, being a Sri Lankan international. Straight on that occasion.
Got his last 10 matches in front of me, of which he has actually had 10 innings in those 10 matches. He's yet to reach double figures in any of those last 10 innings.
Five not outs in there, so he'll tell you he's been sawn off. He'd have had a 50 in all of them.
That's a fair point. Ooh, well. Any which way they come. Oh, Brooks. A slip and a slide, and the batters were at the same end for a moment, but Brooks was a long way wide of the ball by that point, so it was a comfortable return for the second.
Fernando was on the way, with Bashir having his view obscured, that he didn't know that Brooks hadn't picked it up cleanly. Final ball of the over is going to be over the wicket to Fernando, and therefore short leg comes to Silly Point. Try and rip it down the slope.
107 bowled, 3-2-9 for 9. Apparently it is raining in Paddington. News from the mark, or news from the back of the box anyway. Somewhere over there. Paddington way, isn't it? Probably just behind the black and white block of flats that stretch up above, behind the Allen stands. There's certainly a dark patch there, and roughly that's the one area that hasn't quite hit us today. We had a band of rain just to the left of that floodlight as we were looking there that slipped to the south. So if there is a little bit of rain over there around that Paddington area, it's hard to see it missing us, but it shouldn't be a lot, we're told. 50 overs, minimum of remaining, 58 the lead. Tea is 50 minutes away on the final day. there is to be a rain delay, then what Middlesex will desperately want is to have this innings wrapped up before it comes, so they're at least in a position to be trying to get out there and get going, be it that tea is taken at that point, or you don't want that couple of overs lost, that time lost for the change of innings thereafter.
Two men out on the leg side for Shoaib Bashir. Long leg and deep square leg. I look forward to seeing Bashir taking on the leg side boundary.
Where's that gone? He scooped it totally unintentionally. That was a defensive effort. They're rejecting the run. Oh, umpires are coming together for a chat. Are they? No, they're not. Or are they?
Concussion test.
It was
hit the helmet.
Yeah, you can see over the top of the Allen stand there, it has greyed up quite a bit. Planes are descending into that cloud at the moment, so we'll see if we can pick out one for you. It'll give you an idea as they disappear of what's coming, but we'll have a slight delay now for a concussion check. It's just glooming over a bit again. So there we go. You watch that disappear in a few moments. Just got a little bit of sun on the top of it. It's going into some pretty grim grey cloud. Usually the visibility of those planes descending into Heathrow on any given day. Yeah, there it is. I mean, even for us, I tell you what, Graham, our cameraman's done a great job of finding that, because I've just seen where that's disappeared into, and it really is dark because we're struggling to see that plane from here now. But that's where it's coming in from. What that was just disappearing into is what is heading towards Lords. Now, again, we've been very lucky today. We've seen a couple or three big bands of rain slip to the north, one big shower slip to the south.
That's 5 additional helmets have come out. I'm trying to obviously get one that's the same size as Shoaib Bashir's.
What are you suggesting, Macca?
Well, maybe as he's not a long-standing member of the squad, they don't actually know what size his batting helmet is, and therefore just take all options out.
This goes on, we're talking about the rain, and because there is that threat today, and that definitely takes you off if it's raining. But what we're also seeing over the back of the pavilion now and over the back of the Allen and the Tavern is it's pretty filled in. There's not really a breaking up. We've talked about lighter patches, darker patches, higher, lower patches of cloud today, but it all, apart from rain, on Lords itself in the hours of play. However, that's pretty filled in on the horizon all the way across the sky now. And what does come into play with that as well is light. Already you can just start to feel that that horizon's creeping ever closer. And the lights, the chandeliers in the writing room, the chandeliers in the committee room, a couple of the emergency lights there in the stairwells on the pavilion, shining pretty brightly. And I think in the far right, if you've seen the screen there, you can just about pick up as well the lights at the back of the Warner restaurant. Now that's with near sunshine, but like I say, it's from the south, it's coming on like a grey wall of pretty miserable light. See if we can get a closer look at what's happening down there, because it's taken a fair while now. This one has to be, yeah, there we go. We've got one. A wry smile. A couple of wry smiles. Well done, gentlemen. Thank you, umpire. Oh, hold on. Need some help here. Oh no, this might not work. This one, we might have to have a look at another. .329 for 9. We're ready to go again. Helmet changed. Concussion check complete. Now, had he have required a concussion sub at this point, would we have had to have run out another number 11?
Well, it's like for like, isn't it?
Do they have another like for like in the dressing room ready to go?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? How many genuine like for like players are there in the world?
Not sure if he was the first concussion sub. In fact, I'm pretty sure he wasn't, but I do remember the first time that I saw it in the county game at Wantage Road, Northamptonshire. Ollie Rayner and James Harris were swapped, and the argument was made, well, hold on a minute, one's a quick bowling all-rounder and the other one's an off-spinning all-rounder. Middlesex's point was, well, they're both all-rounders, what do you want us to do? Up in the air. Could be the end, should be the end, it is the end. It's Toby Rowland-Jones underneath it, and the captain was as cool as you like with that one. Middlesex have wrapped up the Glamorgan innings, and just as they do, we might even be seeing the first little shower falling at Lords of the day. Up it goes from Bashir into the hands, the bucket hands of Rowland-Jones. The delight of Brooks picking up his second wicket. So Bashir falls for one. Fernando is left unbeaten on 3. 3-2-9 all out. The lead is 58. There are 49 overs or lose 3 from that. 1 you're in plus 2 more. In fact, that might be the end of the over. So is it 47 perhaps remaining of the day to score 58? But as it has been throughout, the biggest question today is the weather. If there was a little spit of rain there that fell, I just looked up and thought that looked a little bit hazy in the sunshine. But off they go quite happily. There's no sight of it at the moment. It's 59 to win. It's circa 47 overs in which to do so. We have all of 40 minutes before lunch, before tea indeed, for Middlesex to come out, but there will be a 10-minute break here. Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you the live stream from Middlesex at Lords of this one. We're here in association with Daffabet. It's 59 to win. Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again, off the bat again. That sounded big, and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw. Try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Well, good evening, everybody, or good afternoon indeed, and welcome back to Lords. It is still the afternoon session in NW8. It looks like the evening if you look over the back of the pavilion at the moment. It's getting gloomy. There is rain on the way. I wonder if in the Middlesex dressing room they can see the stream at the moment and the rain that's incoming, because out to bat, it's not Nathan Fernandez. Are they sending a couple of sloggers out? There's a slight surprise. Stephen Eskenazi, and it looks as though it's Max Holden. Middlesex may well be looking to get this done pretty quickly, just in case a bit of rain arrives here at Lords. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Dapperbelt. I'm Kevin Hand. Andrew McKenna's alongside me. What's up, bub?
So it's Middlesex against Glamorgan, against the weather.
We've got a bit of T20 coming up by the looks of it. Get out there and get on with it.
Well, that cloud above the humbug stripe building at the far end is definitely getting darker.
Dan, very quickly, can you get Graham to get the light above the flag, above the home dressing room?
Graham, can you frame up, going to 4 on 4, Graham, can you frame up on the Middlesex flag with white showing the sky, please?
There's a light above the flag, really bright.
Yeah.
On the building across the road.
Coming to 3 on 3. You start pushing in a little bit, please.
Now, you see the home balcony there, there's a flag above it, and just to the left there's a very bright light on the building. From where we're sat, it's giving a perfect illustration of just what's about to head in towards Lords. Heading in from the pavilion end is Fernando to get things going. Eskenazi in behind. There's a deep square set back and a long leg, so to a deep third. 2 slips, point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on. But the deep square, the long leg and the deep third set back. It's amazing how quickly it's been coming in. Bearing in mind there's no wind. Mind you, I suppose the wind was going that way, wasn't it? Even though the weather was coming in. Oh, a little leave. It was a little late from Eskenazi, but he gets the single. Let's get off the mark. Middlesex get going. 58. More to win. How did Glamorgan play this? They could be brutes and set the field back here to Middlesex and say, go on then. We'll try and do it in near singles. And lose a few wickets in the process. But saying that, Fernando's had a bright start here from the pavilion end, Macca.
Well, arguably, that's probably the best route for Glamorgan, isn't it? To dry up the runs to such an extent that the weather comes into play, and then hope that it absolutely batters it down for a bit, and that does it. Because you would say a target of 59 really shouldn't trouble any first-class side. So they've got to make sure the Middlesex don't get a flyer. And yeah, dry it up. Go real in outfield.
Oh, now flaying at that one, Holden. He'll get a single down to Bashir at deep third. Now, Nathan Fernandez could have an injury or a headache or anything, and that's why Holden's gone up. He'd have to fancy that they've sent up their former T20 opening pair to get this done. Eskenazi would have opened anyway, but sending Holden up with him. Home dressing room, perhaps?
Graham, can you get me the home balcony, please? Coming to 3 on 3.
Richard Johnson sitting pretty comfortably in the middle there. He'll be sitting a lot more comfortably if Middlesex can get this wrapped up pretty soon. Head coach. Can you imagine how nervy it feels there? We'd probably sit up here, and if anybody was asking us, what do you think? They'd say, yeah, they've probably got the time to do it. But you're never going to feel that in the dressing room. He's just gone back in. You're going to feel pretty nervy until the wind's over the line, aren't you?
course, it'd be a good match to win, to have a celebration if you weren't with us earlier on today. Sam Robson has become a father, so there's a double celebration for the squad if they can see this one over the line.
Leg side, good diving, tumbling take from Cook. 2 without loss after the opening over. So T, I mean, that's really what they're going to be thinking, surely, is get this done before T, just in case. T is only 25 minutes away. A fixed feast on the final day.
I mean, they're going to have to be going at 10s and over then to get that. And red ball cricket, that really shouldn't be possible with what you can do with fields. I mean, they really would be having to take advantage of that short leg side. Well, Glamorgan are heavily populating that leg side. 3 fielders out on the boundary to the left. You can see the long leg and the deep square. There's also a mid-wicket out on the fence as well.
There's the first opening up from Max Holden. He's nearly opened a hole in the tavern there.
He's given that a mighty wallop.
Fella who's ducked his head there, he's brave, isn't he? Keep your eye on it.
And now Glamorgan are going defensive fields. Second over of a red ball game, and the wicketkeeper is standing by himself.
I tell you what, quite crucially right now, we don't have the floodlights on, because it would be pretty interesting now, the artificial versus the natural, if they turn the floodlights on this very moment. I think the light's absolutely fine, but it is that ongoing debate. If you leave the floodlights off, you'll get more play than you would if you turn them on, which is as crazy as it sounds, but the point being, if the natural light is overtaken by the artificial, off you go. But the natural light may have been enough anyway for a little bit longer than the artificial, which came into play. So they're off at the moment, the lights.
Strike 1. Feels a little bit like baseball at the moment. And Holden is setting himself as a real power hitter to go down the first base line.
With a max ball.
Very much so.
Yes. That'll be a wide. I am hoping I'm seeing things, but was there a crack of lightning in there? Because if there is, that's another one where you just go off.
I
really
didn't see it. You're absolutely right. That is a straight off, not even a discussion, because that's player safety.
The light does play tricks when we're up here, because we'll look at the screen or look down at our notes and then look up again and our eyes adjust. Holden up in the air. Should be the end. And it is. 1 down. Northeast takes the catch. Holden holds out for 7. Doing exactly what he was sent out there to do. Get on with it, because the light and the rain could become an issue on this final day at Lord's. He's got right underneath it, trying to find the onside. He finds mid-off. Northeast holds on.
Well, Northeast makes that look relatively comfortable to start with. He actually took just a couple of beats to realise it was actually coming in his direction. He thought initially it was going leg side, and it's gone a very long way up, that ball. The lights have just been switched on, by the way, Kev. You were just talking about the floodlights. They have now just been all switched on.
If you could frame up on the umpires as well afterwards, please. So there you go. There's the scene. Lights are on. Very, very dark cloud immediately behind them, and straight away Elias Deploy makes his way out to the middle. But if we have a look at the umpires now, you can see the shadows around them. So artificial light overtaking natural could soon become a problem. There's the shadows around the new batter as well. They're quite pronounced, Macca. I'm telling you now, Middlesex would really have been keen on those lights staying off.
Four-way shadows straight away visible. This feels like about 6:20 in the start of a T20 game. Do you know what I mean? It's got that kind of... It's got that kind of feel about it at the moment.
It's a race against the light as much as the rain. This will be something else though, taken off for bad light now. 9 for 1, deploy goes up to 3. Crunched for a single. Deep cover set back. 10 for 1. Say, where's your Easter egg, Macca? But you didn't get one. Where's your money?
I'll tell you what, the draw is coming more and more into play, isn't it?
It certainly is. County cricket, ladies and gentlemen. It somehow finds a way. Stephen Eskenazi, Middlesex's T20 captain. Field well spread. Short boundary to the offside. .48 more required for victory. 11 for 1 after 2 overs. Holden, caught northeast, bowled lend for 7. And the light meter goes on. First look.
And of course the problem is, once a previous reading has been taken, as soon as it hits that mark again, whatever that mark may be, it is then automatic.
See the shadows creeping out either side of him in front as he runs in. Eskenazi's there. See those shadows around the fielders there, and they're stretched out in all directions. This is tight, really tight.
If you're watching this in the centre of London, can you open your windows and blow really hard and try and blow this cloud over? It is properly filling in.
Down the track comes Eskenazi. Middlesex have to find a way here. 47 more runs required. T is but 18 minutes away. And the light is looking grim right now. The one thing is, behind the pavilion in the distance, it's starting to break up. You can just see live from Lords in the top left there. It's perfectly in that pocket of grey. If you put live for Lords in the middle of the screen now, it'd actually be quite hard to see it. It is lightening up in the distance. Far lighter than what's currently overhead. So even if we did go off for bad light now, I'd feel pretty confident they'd be getting back on after tea. All the more edgy for both of these sides because from 2 games each they've recorded a draw and a loss. The first win of the season potentially for Middlesex, a second defeat of the season for Glamorgan. A draw would mean a huge amount to take back to Wales for Glamorgan right now. A draw for Middlesex would feel like a defeat. That's the tension, even in early season, even in April. into the ground, down to deep third, and a single taken.
It's a great point, that, about it being early season and there's plenty more games to come. But these games are worth exactly the same amount of points as the ones at the back end of the season. So if you can pick up the points for the win today, they're just as important, getting them on the board.
Middlesex's defeat was against Kent, a team that they are clearly going to have to finish above to go up.
Kent, by the way, won't win their game. They've been set 413 to win. They're one without loss.
Steered back at the square for a single. So what have we got? 15 minutes to tea, which is circa 4 overs. 24 deliveries, a run a ball. That gets it down to 20 to win.
Now, obviously, at the end of the day, you can claim the extra half an hour. Doesn't apply at tea.
Nice little shove. End of the third, 15 for 1, Eskenazi 4, deploy 3. 59 the target, tea ever approaching.
It's almost like it's a race between Middlesex, the clock, and that lump of cloud above us at the moment.
You can see the shadows creeping all around. Must be very close to a light meter check for the umpires right now. Taken. But again, the good news for Middlesex is that behind the pavilion it is a lot lighter. We've got the worst of it immediately overhead, and it is has been coming in a band. This is the band that is sitting over us, and with still 44 overs left of the day.
Well, that's a slight concern. The ground staff have made their move, stationed by the hover cover, and they will only be doing that if they think there is a chance of rain.
Oh, toe end. Searching for it, Eskenazi. Umpires won't like that. Light meters out, I think. This could be trouble. This could be trouble. I think this will be tea. It is dark right now. It's hard to imagine. Well, look at the looks on the faces. Yep, no. Bell goes back on. No, hold on.
The Glamorgan players were convinced that was that.
It's that, I think. Why does he put the bell back on, though? Yep, we're off for tea on the final day at 3:30. So, crucially, again, there we go. Look at that top left now, live from Lords. You can see the dark patches now sweeping over us. There are much lighter skies on the horizon that should not cause us a problem. confirmation that's T. The hover cover is being brought out. There might be a spot of rain in the air, but this is one particularly dark cloud. So unless this sits here and refuses to move, I'd be very surprised if within 20 minutes, half an hour, it's on time.
Well, they've got to hope so. They've got to hope so. Hope that 20 minutes is enough for this to get past. They've done so much hard work, 3.5 days. Incredibly frustrated.
But if this becomes an 11th day of the season for Middlesex without the win, they'll be pretty crushed, I'd imagine. Here's the home dressing room. Penny for their thoughts. Richard Johnson sends it. A nervy tea interval, a nervy hour or so ahead, hoping for that cloud to pass over. As soon as play resumes here, then of course we'll be straight back on the live enhanced stream in association with Dapperbet. In the meantime, if you're not on the stream, stay across socials. We'll keep you up to date on exactly when there will be a resumption, if there will be. If I was having to tell you whether there would or wouldn't be, I'd say for sure we'll get back out at some point. How long that will be and how long will be left when they do get back out there remains to be seen. Middlesex are 16 for 1. They need another 43 to win as tea is taken with bad light here at Lord's. Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Shots we visit the Middlesex MCC member shop located behind the Pavilion today. That's for school clothing, leisure gifts and accessories to club members. Middlesex Cricket web open until 5 o'clock. The retail shop now Finlay will be open until 6 o'clock. The range of orders to see a team merchandise. Which reminded the new range of England kit, which was launched last week, also in stock, as well as Cricketers Who's Who and Playfair Cricket Annual for 2025.
Has he got him? He has! Oh, wow! Wow. That is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat, again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Tap, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
rain affected day in the Rothesay County Championship and the other matches taking place. Rain caused early tea.
or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all out action, all the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamos Cricket.
Well, a very good evening, everybody, and good news from Lords. Play is about to resume. 5:25 restart, as you can see at the bottom there. It's been a frustrating wait with very, very light rain. And, the light's been borderline for a little while. If you've been tuned into the stream, you've probably seen the hover cover go on and off. Light's been a problem, a little bit of light rain. However, the distance at the moment is looking pretty clear. And Middlesex have 17.3 overs. 13.3 to score 43 more runs. Field well spread. It's going to be Leonard's complete his second over. You're watching the live enhanced stream from Middlesex here at Lords in association with Dafabet. Eskenazi on strike on 4. Ooh. Ducked into that one slightly. Field well spreads. I'm Kevin Hands, Andrew McKenna's alongside me. Macca, that's exactly what you'd expect from any side in the field at the moment. Well spread.
Absolutely. They don't want to give it away. So it's going to be a job to make it as tough as possible for Middlesex. There's still a bit of an element of the information going around the ground as to how many overs are left, because the scoreboard still reckons there's 18. Well, that's a white ball shot if ever I saw one. Backing away. Because I suppose technically the umpires took a light reader meeting once the hover cover went off, and until that light reading is taken, we don't have an official start time. So they will then calculate it from that point. So we're all sort of guesstimating, really. But we had the word through 13. Yeah, 13 overs and 1 ball to go.
At 3 and over. Open face drive from deploy. Middlesex can do this obviously in singles. The horizon's pretty bright right now, as you can see. The Dafabet logo's disappeared. Live from Lords, you can see that in the top left. That's some of the darker stuff that's just passing away to the south, but everything over the top of the pavilions looking pretty clear now. We were watching that heavy band of rain come in. They're actually taking a meter reading at the moment, the light meter reading. So although they have 3 and over as a rates required, I'm sure it will be slightly on the mind of the Middlesex batters that the umpires are... Tetchy's not the right word. They're doing the right thing. They're doing what they're required to do, and that's keep an eye on the light. But by all accounts out there of those who also have light meter readings around the ground, it is pretty light and all okay. The shadows around the players from up here, it doesn't look anywhere near as pronounced as it was. It was very dark. It felt like a T20, and it doesn't feel like that right now. Here's Fernando from the pavilion end, right arm over. He's got an extra cover, a mid-off and a mid-on. Everybody else is on the boundary. Elias Deploy has a short boundary in front of him on the offside. But you'd imagine that Fernando will be keeping this on the stumps. Or short down the leg side like that, steered around the corner from Deploy. The line basically is key here for Fernando.
And you've got to remember, it's not like a white ball game in terms of, you know, you have to sort of be fair and bowl it, and anything down the leg side is going to be called. What? We're under red ball rules here. Glamorgan can hide the ball as best they can, bowl to effectively a pretty negative field. They don't have to bowl to give Middlesex a chance of winning this game. That short ball was the one for the over from Fernando. Doesn't mean he can't bowl another one, it just means he gets no balled if he does.
Driven away. Single taken. Easy game up here, isn't it? But there are slithers of blue light which we have not seen all day today, of blue sky over the back of the pavilion. And if there are 13 overs to go, it's the best part of an hour. That'll be with us within the hour. There's been no rush from Glamorgan's perspective about these 13 overs. And the track comes to ploy. It's deflected from cover to mid-off. They're through. Leg side, helped on its way, and a boundary for Stephen Eskenazi. 4 runs, takes him to double figures. Illinois Fernando just drifting towards leg stump.
And starting down there and just helped on its way. It's a poor ball in the circumstances, isn't it?
It's a good put away by Eskenazi though, because it's a fair way down the leg side, and with the slope ever going away from the right-hander, it is actually incredibly difficult. The closing of the bat face has to be absolutely precise, especially with that long leg fielder who's wanting to get it fine of him, Bashir. Another one goes back for Eskenazi now. There's a mid-off, long on his back, there's a cover. Other than that, all on the boundary. So as such, the charge is on for Eskenazi here and back over the bowler's head or mid-off, or indeed up through extra cover. And if he drops short, Hook will pull him to the short boundary. Slow ball, well bowled. How early did he see Eskenazi go there?
Yeah, 4 out on the leg side. Still, there is a third in play, so even if he makes contact with this reverse, well, ramp, Van der Houten is down at third, so it probably wouldn't have been a boundary anyway.
Takes a step to off stump and then slaps that. Whoa, he's bisected them at deep point and deep backward point. That's a brilliant shot. It's a huge boundary. And Eskenazi doing Eskenazi things. He gets that one away. Square of the wicket. So strong through that area. Look at the ball race. Eskenazi's on to 14. Middlesex at 29 for 1.
Barely a gap between the two of them as it was. In fact, the umpire was the nearer one of it. But the ball just raced away.
29 for 1 after 5. This has been extremely nervy.
Crowd have been here a while, sitting watching very little cricket. Here we are, 5:30, final day.
Pretty sure that was one of the coaches from the indoor school. Managed to creep in after work, see the close of play. Oh, now, how close is that to a wide? Very.
And that's the point I was making. The fact that in a white ball game, that's the easiest wide of all. But in a red ball game, that will be down to umpire choice, let's call it. And what you can't do is deliberately bowl down there and put several in a row, because the umpires will potentially call you for negative bowling.
Side again, deploy stepping across. To be fair, that's not a wide.
You make a great point here, Kev, in the fact that look where deploy ends up and look where the ball was. If he's in his normal stance, he's probably making contact with that.
to the onside, probably just a single. No, they're going to come back for the second. Deploys quick. The throw's off from Fernando. It's going a long way out of shot there to collect it. The keeper, Cook. 31 for 1. Middlesex need 28 more. 5.3 overs into this chase. And oh, now no ball. That helps. Apology from Leonard. So there you go, 2.26 needed, 11.3 overs minimum, 26 runs required. It would have been pretty rough luck for Middlesex and their followers, I think, if this one had have ended without a victory. After 7 days of the season, a defeat and a draw, they felt they played pretty well those first 7 days. Canterbury ending inside 3. Then 4 days here where they'd have felt pretty much on top as well. Oh, that's close. Gets away with it.
So the umpire just said to the Leonard as he walked past, 2 to come. This is the important thing to bear in mind in these kind of run chases. The bowling restrictions of white ball cricket do not apply here.
Step across. Oh, pitching outside the line of leg. Did they get a little bottom edge, or was that? Yeah, bottom edge. They were. No, leg bias, thought it was. They were appealing behind the stumps. Thought the way that it went at a bit more pace, maybe there was a little bit of bat, but pitching well outside the line of leg, so no trouble in terms of the LBW. Yeah, it was bat. I don't think deploy all mind right now. So as long as those runs are up there on the board, on the total for Middlesex. Slow ball, well bowled. Oh, could have gone anywhere for a moment. I thought it was going to roll through. 34 for 1 after 6. Eskenazi 14. Deploy has 9. The 1 wicket to go. Max Holden was caught northeast off Leonard for 7, holding out. And he was looking to hit out before that bad light and rain set in. Shame for Max, because his average is looking pretty good, especially here at Lords, where he hadn't been out below 50. Bowler's butt. Still in business.
$25 more runs. Sounds so simple. Fernando going at almost 6 and over in these 3 overs so far.
This helped for a single. So easy from up here. It's brightening up so much to the extent that we're not far off a little bit of sunshine even breaking through as that sun dips down below the clouds to the top right of your scene. Blue sky slithering away in the distance, some gorgeous clouds forming up, and we can actually see the planes all the way into Heathrow now. That's been the other barometer for us today. No ball, and they'll turn for 2 as well. 39 for 1. Middlesex at the moment looking good. Doesn't look as though there is much out there that really should be stopping them in this final little passage of another fascinating 4-day game in the County Championship. Would be nice if the sun would break through one more time, Macca.
Absolutely. They've finally shaken hands at Old Trafford on a draw between Lancashire and Leicestershire. So it means the only other game playing is down at Canterbury, with Kent 4 down.
Slaps hard, just a single to the sweeper at cover.
So in terms of the table, Derbyshire and Northants shook hands earlier on today. Leicestershire have had the better of their draw against Lancashire, thanks to posting 491 for 8 in their only innings. And Kent have been on the back end of their game against Gloucestershire, so with Middlesex now needing 19, a big bag of points here will be very handy for the table.
Down the track comes Deploy, over the top of it, he's got 4. Forehand smash that for the Middlesex left-hander.
4 out on that offside, and he's got it between those two fielders.
Rafa Nadal would have been proud of that, wouldn't he?
I love the one leg up in the air, by the way, as well, to keep the balance.
Yeah, I suppose it needed to be one hand to be Nadal. Bit of relief up there, I fancy. Rory Coots allowing himself a smile, second right there, the assistant coach. Poor old Max Holden. He's been in great nick this year, but obviously his average not helped by coming out to hit out in this situation. Short, hooked for a single. Just 14 to go here on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex at Lords in association with Dafabet. It's been a brilliant 4 days battled out between these sides. It would have been pretty cruel if the weather had denied us a finish between the pair. But it's a finish we'll get, and it looks as though not much will stop Middlesex. There's the away balcony. Outside off, just a single steep point. Glamorgan playing their part, doing all the things that they need to do, trying to slow Middlesex up, hoping that a bit of rain or a bit of bad light takes hold on the light front, though. Not much is going to stop Middlesex, because just below that, or just above that dark cloud at the moment, is the sun, so any moment now we might just have a chance of seeing the sun peek through one last time. Slower ball from Fernando to finish. 7 overs done, 46 for 1 Middlesex, just the 13 to win.
Well, is the sun going to come out as the final run is hit? Is that with the plan all along? Mother Nature been playing games with us for the last couple of hours or so. Here we go for the final part of the bigger game.
Well, Middlesex feel it would be pretty fitting if it does. Again, they'll have felt they've played some really good cricket so far this season, so we'll be feeling pretty rough about a defeat and a draw from their 2 so far. Another draw here would have hurt, especially with the trip to Derbyshire to come next weekend, then Kent here at Lords. That's going to be some battle in the reverse of that fixture down at Canterbury last week, which Kent turned on its head for a 3-day win. Dabbed by Eskenazi. There's a 50 down at Canterbury for Eskenazi. Deploy has his first 50 of the season in this one. Swing and a miss. Mid off up. Mid on deep, looking to go downtown. Deploy. Over 8 is 0, so no particular rush for Glamorgan. Oh wow, low full toss, but a short boundary and a big 6.
And he's down to single figures. Thigh high full toss, pumped into the stand.
Wide Yorker.
Good comeback.
It's getting us warmed up for the T20 Macca. That'll go again. Another big 6 for deploy. And that is the game for Middlesex. Deploy moves to 27, Eskenazi 19, Middlesex 59 for 1, 7.5 overs. They managed to get it done. And the first win of the season for the home side. Glamorgan have to wait. 3 wins, 2 defeats, 1 draw so far. They had to fight back, follow on against Gloucestershire last time up. This one here at Lord's ends in a victory for Middlesex and a pretty emphatic 9-wicket win as well.
Well, as you mentioned, they've been disappointed not to have got that win on the board from some of the cricket that they played before. Certainly the first round game here against Lancashire. But the win is on the board. I don't care what sportsman you are, you feel a lot better when you got that first one in the W column in your season. You got things moving. Now take it on to Derby and follow it up.
Yeah, well done to the ground staff and the umpires as well. The sun, would you believe, is just about to break through as they walk off. The heartache and the agony and the anxiety, I'm sure, for Middlesex as they were sat in that dressing room. We were quietly confident sitting up here, looking out onto the horizon that the sky was going to break up enough to get the game going again for one last throw of the dice from Middlesex. Pretty emphatic win. Obviously the focus is on this right now, but across the 3 days that led up to it, Middlesex knocking over Glamorgan for 199, racking up 470, and that was trying to push it on in the end as well. If they were just batting it out, they'd have probably gone on to a much bigger score, but wary of the time in this one, then skittling the visitors for 3-2-9. Roland Jones leading away in the wickets column. Max Holden with another century.
We'd have to say they got the declaration time to perfection, didn't they? If you actually look at the events of today, very difficult to judge a declaration in circumstances like this when you've got potential weather to take into account. So whoever it was in the Brains Trust who got the slide rule out and worked it all, well, they got it right. Good game of cricket.
So that's their first score, half those you see in Middlesex. We wish you a safe journey home and a very good night. And I look forward to
Toby Roland Jones,
in the
away side at Lord's. Well, would you believe it? Sun coming out just as they made their way up the steps. Isn't that cricket? Is there anything more cricket than that the sun's out? At least we can enjoy our Easter Monday evening Macca. There is the story of the match. So Roland Jones 3 for 44 in the first innings, 3 for 68 in the second, and it was really his 6-wicket return which helped to make a difference on it. But Holden with another century in this one. Ul Hassan, big credit to some of the performances from Glamorgan. Ul Hassan 65 was fantastic in the first innings, decent 40 in the second. Cook with 69 top scoring. And Kellaway's 4-fer kept things tighter, and that's actually probably what pushed Middlesex a little bit. They might have scored an even quicker weight, but for the young spinner making a difference in this one. But overall, good 4 days at the office, I'd say, for Middlesex.
Yeah, absolutely. kind of worked in the way that you would want. The bowlers restricted the opposition to a decent first innings scoreline from a Middlesex point of view, having won the toss and stuck them in. Then you go in, put the thick end of 500 on the board, and although Glamorgan came back well in their second innings, it meant that Middlesex only needed that 59. So all things considered, I think you'd take that as a Middlesex organisation, wouldn't you?
You certainly would. Andrew McKenna, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us over the 4 days. Middlesex back in action next week on Friday, or this week indeed, Friday morning at Derby. It's back home for Glamorgan, for them in the Championship, to look for that first win as well. For myself, Kevin Hand, Andrew McKenna, and the rest of the stream team bringing you this one, the live enhanced stream in association with Daffabet. It's a very good night to you all as Middlesex wrap up the 9-wicket win.
Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't. He hasn't. He has. What a catch. Edged and gone first ball. Second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again. Off the bat again, that sounded big, and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't. He hasn't. He has. What a catch.
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. Fully welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
This holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.